Oh, look at that. So, hello everybody. We are back once again. So the UK's got a little while to go yet. Where are we now? So it's 12 o'clock. So it's midday. So you've got 8 hours in theory. However, you've lost an hour. So for the convenience of the UK auction, you are allowed an extra hour to finish. So that's cool. What that does mean is that we'll do the auction, and we might split the auction to go and have a look at how the builds are progressing and all that sort of thing. So we'll play it by ear as per usual, and we the only way to be done. So we may well have a few special guests in over the next couple of streams. But we'll see. It's all play it by ear right now. So right with us now is Steve. You right, Steve?
Hi, morning.
So where are you in the scheme of things?
Oh, he's finished.
Ooh.
That is looking beautiful.
Nice. Love it.
Yeah, it's finished.
I know it's wobbly, so for God's sake, don't drop it.
No,
Quick,
please
record
don't.
the screen just in case he does.
Is it? Is it glued to the base, Steve?
Yeah, it's glued to
Oh,
the
okay. Then honestly, I got palpitations. That's brilliant. I love that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
How did you find the build? Did you find it all right? The kit okay?
Yeah,
Nice.
it was slow to get off the ground, but I think that's just because I was just a bit had a pants week at work, and I was a bit knackered. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, then I just I think it was seeing Carl's post up how far he was, and I was like, "Come on, let's get this together." And yeah, I just bashed on it, and yeah. It was, I enjoyed it in the end. It was good. It's good. And actually, as as Carl said, I think it's my first completed build of the year.
Oh, well done, mate.
Even though I've been off for so long.
Yeah.
I think yeah.
I think yeah, you're right, and I think it's my first complete build this year as well. I certainly can't think of anything else I've built this year.
I was thinking this morning. I was like, well, wow, and I'm like, I haven't. So I've got a few things in progress, but not actually completed.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I'm glad you got to where you got. It's a beautiful build.
Better pictures of it because just looking at the pictures, I'm looking at your pictures that you just put up, and I'm like, mine look a bit pants now.
Well, to be honest, I put them pictures up and thought to myself, well, they look a bit pants.
Yours look fantastic because you got it. I had a bit of a leak in my shed, or should I say, someone took ice cubes out of the freezer and put them up in there, and then put them back.
Uh-oh.
So the background is all a bit watermarked.
Gotcha. It's a special effect that you've created.
Yeah, it's not the special effect I wanted.
Well done, mate. Seriously, done well.
Yeah.
Let's go and see who else is with us today. Steph,
Hello, how you
how are
doing?
you progressing? I don't want to disturb you too much because I know you still are thundering through.
It's all built. It's in two pieces because I've got to spray it, and once I've sprayed it, it's rigging and deckling.
Cool.
Nice.
And then put it together and jobby jobbed.
Cool.
So I shouldn't be more than 12 hours.
Next Tuesday. I won't say the obvious. Well, just at the end of the day, enjoy the build.
Yes.
You know, that's all you've got to do is just enjoy the build. And if you finish, you finish. If you don't, it's not the end of the world. And no one's actually under any obligation to finish. So there we go.
I think the most important thing about this that I've found is the company.
Yeah.
Doing this with you guys. It's just a fantastic experience.
Yeah.
I love it. I look forward to this weekend so much. It's just an amazing weekend, even with Carl.
Yeah, true. Good segue.
I'll second that one because I've enjoyed this weekend as well. It's been really good.
Good.
Yeah.
I think that's the whole point of it, is just enjoying it. Yeah, there's going to be frustrations. Yeah, you're going to get pissed off. Yeah, you're going to have complete failures. But it's how you bounce back. And the support you guys have given me over this weekend was just awesome. So thank you very much for that.
No, thank you for the
That's what we're
banter.
here for.
You have been 60s last night.
Good.
I got to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen Steve wet himself from laughter. It was quite an interesting experience. I'm not saying I want to repeat it, but
Nor do I. But you got me
At
already.
one stage, I thought he was going to have another bloody heart attack.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, Carl, how are we doing? Okay, Carl's had to step away for a moment. That's not a problem. Lewis is there. Nat, how you doing?
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Someone sounds a little rough.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine. I was
Remarkable.
on coffee all night.
Yeah.
It's always a really good. It's always a really good morning when you actually don't wake up with the hangover you was expecting.
Oh,
true.
nice.
No, I think I
Yeah,
got your
true.
hangover when I was on coffee.
Hangovers? What's that?
But yeah, my diorama hasn't worked out how I wanted it to. So I think it's going to move on to plan B for that.
Okay.
Because it's C.
I think we've got on D now.
Oh, thanks. But I'm just concentrating on actually building the model, getting it complete before messing about with the diorama. So at least at a minimum, I'll have a completed model. Just getting all the little bits done, and that is the main body.
Looking good.
Oh, nice. I'm loving it. Is that airbrush work?
Yeah.
That is lovely. That
It'll
is really
focus.
nice.
I've done some chipping as well. It's not going to focus.
No, it's not because you want people to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that is really nice.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
there you
those.
go.
That is awesome work, mate.
Yeah.
How the hell did you get the paint thickness right? I can never do that.
I don't know. I just pour some thinner in and...
Hope for the best.
Yeah. Is that what you mean, or spraying it on?
No, the thickness, because when I do it, I always get the blooming squiggle. The spider's legs. I'm either too thick, so it speckles, or too thin, and I get the spider's legs. I've tried everything, air pressure, the lot, and I just can't do it. I find it very, very hard.
Pass. I actually just pour thinner in until it's sort of like a milky consistency.
I hate people like that.
It is difficult to do. It really is. And at the end of the day, I think with most things, it's down to muscle memory, experience. That's all. So the more you practice, the more you'll get it right.
Yeah.
And are you going to show yours now?
I've not really got any further than the other day.
Fine.
Come on, Matt. Get it out.
Maybe later, Steph.
Right.
Okay. No, fine. No one's
So
under.
I'm adding some more of the hull details.
Oh, would you look at that?
Like the colour.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, in all honesty, I've just really got the turret to do. Yeah, I think it's just the turret to do, get everything painted and primed. And then I think it's just literally getting it done so I can work on the weathering.
Wow.
Nice job.
And the tracks as well. I've still got them beastly tracks to do. Lewis?
Yeah. No.
I was the same as you, Nat. Before I actually did my first set of tracks, I looked at them and went, ugh. But then you sit there and you do them, and it's actually quite therapeutic.
Yeah, I found that on the Chieftain. Just come a bag of bits, and it was like, oh god.
I thought that with my first set of tracks, and I think that on my 6th set of tracks.
Yeah, I'll stick with Games Workshop tracks.
Yeah,
They're not nice, but it's all experience.
Yeah, that's it. That's the way to look at it. Just keep plodding through, see how you get on,
Oh yes.
and enjoy the process. That's all it really is about.
I have quite enjoyed the actual weekend of modelling. I was a bit worried I won't get on as well, but no, probably enjoyed it. What we've been able to do.
Yeah. Plus, also the thing to remember is you guys have had an event you had to go to, which is family, which is more important. So yeah, that's cool. Mother and mother-in-law, are okay?
Yeah, we sort of overtook the restaurant because there was 21 of us all together. We sort of took over the restaurant. My brothers, I literally don't drink that much because I was on the verge of being an alcoholic a few, probably 10 years ago now. So I'm not a big drinker. But put it to my brothers, they had probably 15 pints of Carling, and about 8 of them was with just one of my brothers. Yeah. So my family is big drinkers, but they're like, what would you like to drink, Lewis? Coffee. I had about 8 cups of coffee last night.
Well, I'm surprised you slept then in that case.
You see, coffee doesn't affect me like that. It doesn't keep me awake. It just makes me go to the toilet quite a bit.
I think I did all right for that pint of Guinness.
Hold it in, Steph. Hold it in.
Oh, classic.
Oh, we have missed you while we've been away.
Oh, you bastard, Lewis. Right, where's my little friend? Here, little friend. Come on.
No.
Here, little friend. Where are you?
Well, you play with your little friend. I'm going to go over to Carl.
Hello.
Oh,
Tired.
just now.
Oh,
Bit tired, but we're all right.
I know the feeling. You finished your build.
I finished, yes. All complete.
Ooh.
Well done. Well done. Are you
Do you
showing?
want to look?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, probably best if I do this rather than trying to pick it up.
can I send you my deckling, please?
There you go.
Wow.
All done.
Absolutely love it.
Love the bowl.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, really cool.
You
I
can
haven't painted
always
this. I haven't painted the stowage, so
Yeah. Well, you need a little bit to do today, but you can always tell somebody who's made a good model because the feed goes silent.
Yeah.
Because everybody's just staring at it. That is immense work, Carl.
Yeah.
oh, thank you.
And I was looking at pictures earlier, and even just the little bits of weathering on it, and especially around the head bit. Yeah, very subtle but very prominent at the same time.
Yeah.
That looks
There you
really
go. That's me.
Very cool. Well done, fella. It's good to see that you achieved what you wanted to achieve. And I'll be honest.
Decision wasn't made until like 20 minutes into the stream.
Yeah, I know you were battling with a few ideas. So
Yeah, he said he was thinking about the Hoth one.
The Hoth
Yes.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you, Steph. I was aware of what they were doing, and I did get the same kit as well. We nearly all three did the same. But I'll be completely honest. I'm glad I didn't, because I really don't know what I would have done with mine. So you've both set me a challenge, really, because I'm gonna have to. I want to build it. I really do.
Tell you what, James, how about you and I do it next year? Because I'm going to do one next year. That's the model I'm making next year.
Well,
Challenge.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I'm happy to do that. I can't promise I won't build one before then, but yeah.
You get a bit of practice in first of all.
Yeah, I might buy two.
I wouldn't say it was practice, Steve. Just knowing where the foibles are before I step foot into it. But yeah, no, it's a cracking build. It's one of that and the Walker are the two kits in which really are iconic for me because of my age. But they're ones
Yeah,
in which I want to do.
I've got the 8080 in the cupboard.
Yeah.
I've got the 80 in the front of the house, by the front door.
Nice.
Oh, we could increase the challenge to next year then, couldn't we? No, let's not do that.
No, I'll probably do another Bandai kit next year, but Star Wars
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
Something different.
Yeah. Yeah, we might mix it up next year. You never know. Might be fuckers.
Any fucker would do.
Yep.
Steph's already decided that his ATST is going to be a fucker. Let's go to the chat while we can, because it's thundering along. We're busy chatting. So building my model says building. Yes, keep going, guys. Keep going. Colin's there. Festive.
Hello, Colin.
Hi,
Morning,
Colin.
Colin.
How you doing?
Colin.
Mark Schiller's there, waving.
Morning,
Hello,
Mark.
Quite a man. He's saying,
I'm in trouble.
hi all. I tell you what, that's a better look for Steph, isn't it? Yeah, quite a man. I hope you're taking breaks. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not your dad. I'm not your mother. Make sure you take breaks. Obviously, Mark's saying hello to Colin. I will.
Steph's been Darth Vader.
Malcolm, you are my son. I'm going to skip past any chat this way. You're talking to amongst yourselves, and I'm really happy that you're doing that. So carry on. Mark, Richard's there saying hi, everyone.
Morning, Richard.
Indeed. Hi. Plastic Monkey. Hello again.
Hello, Paul.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I see it, Paul. Oh, okay. Message there from Colin. He's pulled his brunch. Oh no, pulled the brunch. James is sunny fair, buddy. Oh, no, that's very kind of you. You didn't.
Nice one, Colin.
Nice,
Not
Colin.
expected, but yeah, thank you for that gesture. It's very, very kind of you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Colin.
Quite a man wants to know if anyone is twerking.
No, John's gone to bed.
Yeah. There might be. I don't want to spread rumours, but there might be a fact that Quanaman is running around in his mankini in the garden twerking. That's linked to the music per se, but
On his scooter.
I thought that's what he did every weekend. But you know. Dynamic duo in matching outfits. Almost. Oh, hello. Look at that. Why, that's a big belly you've got.
That wasn't my belly.
Okay, moving on.
Quickly, Hall 247 says good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Maddie.
Morning, mate.
Hello.
Steve is in the house saying afternoon, everyone. On my least favourite bit, decals, and of course, choose the difficult scheme.
It's the Skiffins effect.
It's honestly, you're not alone. There are many people out there right now who are ending up like me due to decals. But yeah, crack on. Crack on. That sounded really rude, didn't it? Crack on. Get on with it. No,
Chop.
just do your best. And thank you for taking part. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. Quano says, Steve, I got a weed whacker. I have to try and stop myself from reading this before I read it, because otherwise, I know what Quano's like. He's got a weed whacker that will clean that up, no problem. Cool. Dad's in the house.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, mate. How you doing? You're talking amongst yourselves, blah blah blah.
Woohoo!
Mark Shellard is saying, please don't have a leak in the shed, guys.
Ah, warm.
Awesome.
Let me just do that, because
you beat me to it. I was just
yeah. You eat your breakfast in peace, Steph. That's cool.
Want to disturb you.
Give me a sec. I just want to.
We're not going to dribble. Hello.
This is the most amazing woman in the world.
Well, no, I'm sure they have their own amazing women.
This is my most amazing woman in the world.
She's not one that brings me breakfast at my bed like that.
Yeah. Morning, Lisa. Where's ours?
Morning, Lisa.
Right, back in the moat.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. You enjoy that.
We don't want to hear munching sounds, please. Thank you.
He's a big.
I didn't enjoy my hot cross buns at all, I'm sure, but it went down.
Listen, you can do food as well if you're not careful.
Do you know, I very nearly opened the stream with them on the desk. I thought, no, better not. Coleman says, yeah, need to fit a toilet in the shed, fix that leak.
I got a big glass, don't you?
Well, I'm going to move past that just in case. Oh, no, stop. Brian Wimmel's there saying, good afternoon, all.
Brian.
Hi,
Brian. I've got a fucking Jasper in the shed now.
All saying hello to one another. Monique's there. And Lewis looks very nicely done. Yeah, see? Done a good job indeed. Comment view Carl from Hull. He's saying making models that looks awesome. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
He's an awesome dude. Dominic says, Carl, very nice done. The red feet makes it different from normal. Absolutely.
Indeed. Yeah.
Are you putting deodorant on again, Steve?
I've got fucking Jasper in the die. Go. No.
Fly spray doesn't work like that, Steve.
Just let him deal with that for a minute. He'll be back. Brian Wimble. I said hi to Richard. And Quano saying, I formally deny having a garden. Yeah, I've seen the video, Quano. It's definitely you in that garden. Whether it's your garden or not, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But there you go. Anyway, yes. So, as you are well aware, this is part 10 of a 12-part stream over 48 hours in 5 different time zones, and we are raising money for Models for Heroes. If you want to make a donation, please do so, and this is how to do it. Oh yeah, please do keep those donations coming in. We're doing really, really well right now. We are. I'll give you an update on the total in a couple of minutes. It is totally blown me away what we've achieved and how quickly we've achieved it as well over this this weekend. So thank you so much for everybody that got involved for making donations, and a massive thank you, of course, to our sponsors. The two auctions, one in Australia and one in America, have taken place, and some fantastic lots were offered. And I'm hoping once everyone gets their bids, once the transactions have gone through and the kits have been sent out, etc., that you enjoy what it is you've got. It's phenomenally generous of everybody that's got involved.
Indeed,
Some
yes.
very last minute.
I do
But
have
everybody. Go on. Go on.
I'm just saying, I've got the Just Giving page open when you finish, and we can share and show everybody where we're at.
Yeah,
with that.
Yeah, the guys and girls have been phenomenal. They've been approached, and they've been more than willing to help out. And in some cases, some people have fallen over each other. So,
yeah,
a massive thank you to those. A massive thank you to the Plastic Posse podcast and Model Geeks. They had a brilliant stream last night. I say last night because that's obviously UK I'm thinking of. Yeah, it was a brilliant stream, jam packed with 10 people like the one previous, and some great content, some great chats, and boy, do you know what? If you set them a 4-hour limit, you can expect to be back there at 8 hours, and they're still going. So I know the first stream they finished a little bit, they overrun a little bit, and went off and did a stream between them to carry on their building, and they've had a great time. So yeah, thanks to everybody there, and obviously the On the Bench crew from Australia who joined, or I joined them to build, and that's been a right giggle. So thank you very much. So yeah,
they've done amazing.
Yeah. So obviously later on today we have got the UK auction that will come up. That will be at 7:30 UK time. So wherever in the world you have to adjust that, because I'm too many hours in to do it for you. Yeah, 7:30. What we're going to do is we're going to kick off the auction. There is the possibility that we may split the auction, so because obviously finishing times are somewhere in amongst that, etc. Anyone in the UK, the good news is you've got an extra hour. I wasn't going to adjust it, but if I'm honest, I'm doing it to give you a little bit extra time, but also more importantly, so we don't overextend ourselves with the auction as well. So yeah, so that's all to come up. And then obviously the guys in America haven't finished. They've still got plenty of time. And we'll join them for the finish with them as well. So well, I appreciate it's a 48-hour birthday bash spread over 72 hours. Thank you very much for bearing with us. And I must say to you guys that are watching, a massive thank you. We have had seriously high numbers of people watching, many more than I expected, to the point where I don't think we've dropped below 30 pretty much for all of the streams. So and looking at the figures just very briefly a moment ago, people catching up and watching it not live, there's a lot of people. So that's great, because the message about Models for Heroes gets out, and that is what it's about. It's not about us, it's about Models for Heroes. A lot of waffle.
Right, well, I'm going to share the tab just so we can show people where we are actually at on the Just Giving page. So
okay.
So at the moment we are currently sitting at 95% at £1,430. At the moment we are just on the Just Giving page. We are £70 short of our total.
Wow!
So we're very close on just the Just Giving page. God, that's hard to say, isn't it?
That is, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So again, thank you all so very much. It's Yeah, unbelievable, amazing, fantastic.
Yeah, really staggering. And just to give you the even more exciting news is that once we have sorted out all the administrative parts of the auction, because the auction money hasn't gone into the Just Giving page.
Nope.
We've had to keep that separate for sensible reasons. We opened up a PayPal account specifically for this auction event, so that everything's transparent, but more importantly, it's much easier to worry about the money that's in there. It's all going in one direction. As it stands at the moment, if you add the two auctions into that, it is actually £1,821 we've raised so far.
Wow. Excellent.
So that is phenomenal.
That is.
With the auction, everyone has been charged a postage. However, with that said, I've done it that way to be fair to everybody, and all the sponsors of ship people have been told that I will transfer that postage to them, and then what they do with the postage at that point is up to them. They can use it on the postage. Some have suggested that they're going to pay the postage themselves, and that money will go. Anything that we generate in the postage will go back into the Just Giving page. So that figure is just going to keep rising. And with the auction as well tonight, we're just going to be. It's going to be phenomenal. It's going to be way past my expectations. So thank you so much. But with that said, if you haven't done it already, now's a really good time for you to go over to the donate page and make a donation. If you're not sure how to do that, this is how.
You should have known that was coming.
Oh, it's been threatening all weekend. Yes, as you can tell. As you can tell in the studio, we've been dancing along to the music. It is one of those songs that will definitely worm its way into your memory. And I promise you, in 2 weeks' time, as you're walking down the street or in the supermarket, you start whistling it. Don't blame me. It's not my fault.
It'll come at you left field.
Yeah. And it's when you're walking along and you start whistling it, and somebody else in an aisle 3 aisles down starts whistling it as well.
That would be freaky.
That would be pretty cool. I got to be honest. But yeah, I've had that tune in my head for near on a month, and I promise you do. I caught myself a couple of times at work whistling it away. So yeah, sorry about that, but it's all part of the fun.
Very catchy.
Did we get everywhere with the chat, Carl? Sorry, I've lost myself.
Yes, the last one in came in from Richard Thomas at Scale Model World, saying 21 watching, 10 thumbs up.
So I'm going to put that in there because tied eyes are here.
Yes,
definitely, and I don't want to miss people out. So yeah, I just realised I didn't talk about what I've been doing. I've actually officially finished my 48-hour build a little while ago, and I have managed to complete my build amazingly. If I just do this, and I'll do a little bit of that. Yeah, so bear with me while I move it around. So yeah, this is my entry. It's an amusing hobbies. There we go. This is an amusing hobbies 1/48 kit. The God, I can't remember what it was now.
Wasserflug.
That's the one. It's in effect, Lewis would be glad to know this is in effect a paper model because it never got off the drawing board as such. So it's meant to be German. Unfortunately, I lost the decals and didn't realise I'd lost the decals until I was well into the build. In fact, to the point where I was almost to do the decals. So, but I managed to get around that. So this is her. She's pretty good. She's got a bit of modelling on the side. First time I've done modelling
under new management.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a nice build. Everything fit together really, really well. Highly recommended. And the decals these are 1/48 decals that I found in a box somewhere, and surprisingly enough, the other ones are 1/72 from a Hurricane Spitfire. Sorry, Hurricane Spitfire, a Hurricane 1/72 kit. Not the Hurricane Spitfire, the very well-known Hurricane Spitfire.
Was that a paper model as well?
Yes,
Hurricane Spitfire.
Yes, it was so good a paper model that it divided it and made 2 aircraft.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. That's that. The wings do move. They are fully adjustable. So yeah, cracking little build. I really enjoyed it, and I'm also very glad that I've managed to finish early in comparison with my Dutch colleagues, because then it looks like I built mine faster than them. So that's got to be a bonus, right? That wasn't a judgment when I decided to booze with the Aussies. Honest, not much. So that's 3 finishes that are here right now. Obviously, Luke was building 2. He managed to finish his, but he finished his first, I think, out of all of us, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Ivan's finished his as well.
Right, yeah, that's true.
I've seen some pictures of his. So
yeah, Ivan was potentially going to do a base for it, a diorama, but I don't know if he will. And no pressure, Ivan, if you happen to be watching, to do so either. The fact you were there and got involved is everything to me. So there's no pressure on anything else at all. Trust me. But yeah, it's been an amazing weekend so far. We've got a few things to come up. Obviously, we've got the auction to come. Just going to put that up on the shelf because I will break it otherwise. Yeah, we've got the auction to come at 7:30 tonight. Some amazing lots. Should we go through them? That's not bad. Let me. Obviously, I'll go through them because Steph is busy. Steph and Luke are going to be doing the auctions. They're fully in charge of it. But while the cat's away, I'm going to play with these slides because I can. Cool. Yeah. You crack on with what you're doing, mate. Don't worry about this. I'll do your job. So here we go. Yeah, we'll go through the slides. So this is the auction for the UK and Euro. So why is it broken down like that? Because all the auctions have been region Pacific. When I say Pacific, I mean Pacific, not as in water, as in, yeah, you know what I mean. And that's mainly and only really down to the fact that the postage costs right now are horrendous, to say the least. So the decision was made partly in conjunction with sponsors that's what we would do. So for tonight, these are the lots. Are you ready? Lot 1 is a complete set of Precision Ice and Snow. Now, it's not the... hang on, why is that lot 3? Oh, no, that's right. I've got... What's going on? That's my eyes. Okay. Playing tricks on me. So, yes, so this is a complete set. Now, there are a couple of sets on the web page, and you will have a choice of which set you want. So that's something to watch out for. A brilliant product, great for your winter dioramas. I've used the product myself, and I can vouch for it. Literally, it's the only kit I will use.
I'll need that for next year's ATST.
Yeah, Which gives me an idea now. Lot 2 is from Rubicon. This is the Rubicon 156 Tiger 2 without Zimmerit and full interior. Great kit. Not a scale I'm familiar with, but I have had a sneaky peek and wow, I might become familiar with this particular scale.
Yeah, 156 full interior. Oof.
Yeah, it's actually 152. I just realised that's wrong. Is it 156?
Okay.
166. Steph, can you give me a thumbs up if it's 156 Rubicon? It is, isn't it? Yeah, no, I did it right. Well done, thank you. Okay, cool. Next lot up would be lot 3. This is Perfect Pits. The making the most of your scale aircraft cockpits. Inside the Armour have donated this. One of the books of which they've donated. A great book, giving you complete advice about how to enhance, how to bring the most out of your cockpits of your aircraft. Really worth it. Next up is Modelers United. Fred has been very kind to ask to get involved, and he's donated a few kits. And this is the first one. This is the Porsche 935 K3, and this is 124th Nunu. Nice kit. Next lot is from the Sprue box, and this is the Sukhoi SU 25K. Quite a nice little kit, 148th. Next up is Rubicon again with another lot 6. This is an LVT2 and a Swingwagen Type 166. Nice little combo. Lot 7. Wow. Lot 7 is RP Models. This is their 112th Gorilla Priest bust. And
no, yeah. Go on. Sorry.
That's right. And it's if you don't know anything about RP Models, they're a Spanish-based company, and the detail on there and the molds, etc., they use, phenomenal, really phenomenal. So if you fancy your chances and want to bid on that, it is really worth the effort. Honestly, it's quite a valuable kit. Excuse me, quite a valuable bust rather. And this is the last one available. So anywhere. So it's almost an exclusive, but not quite. But yeah, they've been really great to us over at RP Models. Couldn't recommend them enough. They're just brilliant. Lot 8 is Rubicon again, 156. So this is the cargo truck and the box body for the said cargo truck, and also a Volkswagen Type 1 Keffer. Great little combo. It's quite a lot you can do with that. Worth the bidding for that. I think there's going to be a bit of a bidding war for myself. Lot 9 up next is Modelers United again. This is the Edward 172nd Tornado limited edition Desert Babes kit. Really, really cool kit. And that's well worth the effort to get that as well. Now, something for a little bit different and special, very kindly donated by the Bobbington Tank Museum, is a family for 4 complimentary pass to be used this year. Now, if that isn't worth going out of the way to try and get, that is phenomenal. Well worth the effort. Excuse me. Lot 11 is Rubicon, and this is the 156 Centurion Mark III and Valentine Mark 2 or 3. A nice little combo there. A couple of nice English tanks. Lot 12 now. This is something very, very special. EBMA have been kind enough to allow us to have This has the auction gift, if you like. It's the A3 travel case. Now, this has only literally been launched in the last couple of months. It's a phenomenal thing, and as far as I was reading on the website, I believe there is a little bit of voice, if you like, as to quite how you want it laid out. So there are some options. So what you see on the screen there is not necessarily what you can get, because you have got some options to jiggle some things around. But yeah, that's a brilliant lot. That is. I mean, that's over. I think that's a value of over £100. Well over £100. So, and that's great. If you go to a model club and do a little bit of modeling there, then you're effectively taking your hobby with you in a box that's designed specifically to carry everything you need. Lot 13 is a book from Inside the Armour. This is more scratch building masterclass. So yeah, a great tutorial book about how to make some scratch building stuff for your models. Very well laid out and incredibly easy to follow. Explaining those complicated things that you always look at and go, oh, if only I could make that. Well worth a bid. Lot 14 is Rubicon again. This is another little duo. You've got the Centurion Mark 5, Mark 5.1, and the Valentine Mark 9, 10, or 11, depending on what you want to do. Great little duo, and you can have a great lot of fun with deciding the different variants. Lot 15 is from Modelers United. This is the Edward Royal Class 148 Tempest Mark 5 Duo Combo. A lovely kit, meant to be absolutely phenomenal kit. So that's well worth a bid. Lot 16 mixed is the Inside the Armour book, postcards from Jean and Claire. I probably murdered that name completely, but it's a book, and I believe it's about First World War is the content, from what I remember. Well worth a bid. Lot 16 is a triple pack. So you've got the Tiger 1, you've got the M4 composite Firefly, and you've got the Carl. Okay. I always get it wrong.
Caramoto.
There you go. A nice Italian tank. People throwing things at me in a minute. Next lot up is lot 18, Inside the Armour, with the Soviet Armour in Foreign Wars book. Yeah, great little book that is as well. Rubicon's last entry in the auction is lot 19. This is the Rubicon 156 Tiger 2 with cigarette and full interior. Lot 20 is from Stefan and Miranda from Scale Mod Vets. They have donated this themselves to us. This is the AFV 135th MIM 23 Hawk surface to air missile. Great kit. I know Stefan's built this himself. He's got experience of building this himself. Yeah, I've got a sneaky feeling I've watched him build some of it. So looks like a great lot to get your hands on. Still more to come. You've got lot 21. This is the Mini Art 135th T54B early production. Quite a good kit. It's not got an interior in it. We have had that question. So, and this is donated by Malcolm and Models for Heroes. And the last lot, which I think has made a lot of people dribble quite a lot, is lot 22. Atelier 112 F104G cockpit with an E. I just noticed. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that looks like a phenomenally detailed kit and well worth the effort to bid on. So there you go. That is all of the auction lots for this evening. That'll be at 7:30. Please make sure you tune in. Please go and raise your piggy banks and dig deep for those items. If you need a little bit of research, all the slides are up in the album on the Model Officer's Mess. I do have to tell you, when I say all, there has been one that's withdrawn and a couple have added, so that might not be 100% up to date. I apologize for that, but just I really haven't had time to do it. So yeah, that's something to look forward to tonight. Obviously, the other thing to look forward to tonight is we have got the Guess the Thing, specially themed and organised by the volunteers of this production for you. So yeah, that's going to be fun. And then obviously there's the auction, the Guess the Thing, and any other bits and pieces that's going on. The last thing I need to tell you is that if you have made a donation, or if you're thinking of making a donation, just be aware there is one other added bonus to you making that donation. So every now and again, periodically through the stream, what we've done is we've entered your name into what we call the Wheel of Exclusivity. And what that is just a wheel with your name on. We spin it. If it falls on your name, then you get something exclusive sent to you from us to say thank you. There you go. That's everything that's going on. We have got someone else in the wings. Hello in the wings. Are you there? Nope, not yet. Cool. That worked well. We did that in rehearsal as well. So it's on the script, for goodness sake. What script? Let's have a quick look and see what's going on in the chat. We have a couple. I know we've had a couple because I read from there. Glad I did that. So we've had Mark's Mod saying good afternoon, everybody. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Afternoon, Mark.
Ian Douthwaite saying, afternoon, chaps. Full English brunch done and back to the bench for the final assembly. Excellent. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've done.
I've just seen a picture of your full English.
You wait to see the picture of my English tomorrow. Good afternoon, guys, from Jeff Light. He's in the house. Hi, Jeff.
Afternoon, Jeff.
I want to say hello to everyone else. The lovely Lisa is there in the background, lurking, saying afternoon, evening, all. Yeah, of course, we are heading towards evening in other places of the world. Dita is there, saying greetings from Belgium. Greetings indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Malcolm Childs is there as well. Is there a ticker to show where to donate? Well done, well spotted. Excellent. Yes, there is, Malcolm. It's here, right there at the bottom of the screen. Though. There you go. So yeah, if you want to keep up to it, up with the Just Giving page, you can use that link, and it will show you the total. But it's also your opportunity to donate a little bit of money as well. So yeah. Ooh. So just a little bit that the chat's all caught up with, so that's cool. What are we gonna do? I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what I need to do.
Funky music.
I need to go and grab myself a cup of coffee. So I'm going to lose my. I'm going to press this button, and then I'm going to leave Steve in charge until I come back.
Excellent. Yeah, so do remember to take your breaks, guys. It's important. Not long to go now to the end of the build. So I think we should hear from the reason why we're doing this.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Childs. I am the founder and chairman of Models for Heroes. We have been going for about 5 years now. It'll be our birthday in July this year, 2022. But it's Model Officers Mess build today, and that is because it is their 6th birthday. They're 6 years old. Hooray! Happy birthday. I would sing it, but I don't want to break anything in here. Model Officers Mess has been supporting Models for Heroes for quite a while. We benefit a lot from their support, from your support. Models for Heroes support the armed forces in the UK and the emergency services in the UK with the gift of model making and figure painting and all those wonderful hobbies that we enjoy. Model making can be very restful, can be can give you a lot of satisfaction. It can be incredibly frustrating, as we know, but it can also be very expensive. So Models for Heroes like to remove any financial barrier to joining the hobby and to completing something that you maybe have a goal to build and can complete. And with that costs money. So we are always fundraising, so we can buy glues and sanders and clippers and cutting mats, paintbrushes, models, all sorts of different things, so that they can complete their models. And it's a wonderful thing being able to give the gift of the hobby to other people, because I'm sure as hobbyists yourself, you would understand that it's great to share, it's great to see other people joining and building things and having lots of fun. So, well done for your support. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for myself, from the whole of the Models for Heroes team and all the volunteers, and ultimately the beneficiaries, because they're the one who benefit. That's why they're called beneficiaries. What else do I need to say? I'd say good luck with your builds. Don't stay up all night and don't be naughty. Just enjoy yourselves and get some sleep and be restful and look after yourselves. Have fun, and I'll be with you soon. Okay? Bye!
Lovely, and we've been joined. Oh,
He can do it himself.
Did you just deleted me there, Steve? Oh,
no, I didn't even touch you.
Good morning. Well, afternoon now.
You did that deliberately.
He did.
He did. I heard him say, "Watch this."
Yeah. Watch this. How are you?
How are we all?
Tired.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a good lay in this morning, so I was quite pleased about it.
Some silly idiot stayed up and watched the American auction last night.
Yeah, well, I stayed up to that, and then I went to bed after that.
And fantastic it was to watch.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Indeed.
A little slow to start, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever got the first bid in for that
Oh,
Dark Trooper got an absolute bargain on that first lot.
Bargain of the year, I reckon.
But after that, a bit of a war started.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Amazing.
Well, congratulations to you, Luke. I've already said this to Steph, but thank you so much for your efforts to do with the auction. I got a lot.
I pressed a few buttons, James. I didn't do anything.
Well, yeah, but you had to get up at a crazy time to do it, and you did it. That's all that matters. You did it, and you took ownership of it, and I'm very grateful to both of you for doing it. You've obviously got the big one tonight, so
yeah. I mean, I think that the thanks really need to be to the American guys. You know, they're supporting a charity that's UK based, giving up their time on it. I mean, Friday they were streaming for 8 odd hours, I think.
Yeah.
Yesterday was not far behind that.
No.
You know, and to support Models for Heroes, and yeah, hats off to them. Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's outstanding the efforts that everyone's put in. It really is. I can't keep banging on about it enough. It really does mean an awful lot. And not just actually, let's be honest, not just the people that have been on the screen. There's been people in the background as well doing stuff. You know, Lisa's got the Wheel of Exclusivity sorted. Nat's put the Guess the Things together. The guys that did all the images for the Guess the Things. Frank, I'd like especially to thank Frank for going out of the unit. I do hope he's going to return sometime soon. Because his keeper is he's quite worried about his safety. He seems
he's out now. He ain't coming home.
Yeah, he's got the taste of freedom. But yeah, it's been awesome, absolutely awesome. So
yeah,
and you finished your build early. You know, I'm not going to hold that against you in any way. Much.
Yeah, I'm done.
I have an update.
Oh.
And I think this is gonna. We have hit the target and above, and like I said, it's like James said earlier, guys. This doesn't include the money raised from the auctions. So to have raised £1,500 just by donations and above is absolutely fantastic, guys. So I know the guys at Models for Heroes, and especially Malcolm, who is in the rings now, will be really appreciative of this. It's phenomenal amount, and yeah, so thank you guys. And with that, I think we should just go to the man himself.
Woo! That's amazing. What is that? 40 hours or so it took to raise that much money? That's fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant.
Phenomenal.
With
absolutely
how many
phenomenal.
supporters was it? 50?
57.
57. So
Yeah.
just
Now, to put that
57
into-
people. Just 57 people managed to raise that much money. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so well done. It's going to be. I have to do the maths. I'm sure someone can do the maths for me, but it's probably 60 or so beneficiaries that will get some the gift of the hobby, as it were.
Yeah,
which is wonderful.
Yeah,
absolutely wonderful news. You know, as we heard last night, it can be life-saving, this hobby. So, you know, just think about what that means to some people. And it's brilliant. The more money we get, the more people we can help, and the longer we can help them for too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
awesome.
Just to add to that a little bit, just so you know, once we've added in the 2 auctions already right now, that means that the grand total is £1,900.
Oh,
wow!
Yeah.
So we are £100 away from the £2,000 mark, and we have got the auction to go yet. And I know you guys that are watching are digging deep. And like I've said all the way through the stream, every penny counts. Every penny makes a difference. And as Malcolm just said, every penny effectively can save a life. So it's a penny well spent.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound a bit trite sometimes when I say that, but it is true. It is true. You know, having people around you, having people who are like-minded is such a powerful thing. And you know, as I've said it before, Models for Heroes has nothing to do with models. Shockingly, it's nothing to do with the models at all. It's nothing to do with plastic. It's to do with the people that are involved in the hobby and the community that we all serve. So, well done, everybody. Well done, everybody.
Absolutely.
And just to back that up, I'm going to play this message.
Hi folks, I'm Mel the Terrain Shooter, and I'm a wargaming YouTuber who focuses on teaching people how to make awesome wargames terrain. Things like this to improve your gaming tables and to improve your hobby in general. Now, on top of running my channel and helping people with their hobby, I also have another passion, and that's raising awareness around mental health issues and removing the stigma of feeling alone. And the isolation that comes with having mental health issues. And I do this because I use my own channel as a recovery process from my problems with depression and anxiety. Connecting with my community, sharing my hobby, receiving their feedback and their support got me back on my feet. But in that process, I was quite open about the struggles I had. And as such, they supported me and opened up about their struggles, and now I support them. Now, not long ago, I was contacted by Malcolm Hagrid-Childs, and he asked me to be an ambassador for Models Heroes, which I leaped at because it combines my two passions. One, model making, and two, helping people with their mental health. Piece by piece, as they say. So, I'd just like to say it's wonderful to be part of this sort of project. I can't wait to raise more awareness. I hope that this event goes absolutely brilliant. I'll be shouting about it. I'll be doing my best to stick my head in if I can. But in the meantime, just everyone remember, that everything we do now on this event to raise this money for Models for Heroes, it's going to make a tangible difference to a hero who needs help. So, they did it for us. We do it for them. All the best, Ta-ra.
Great. It's good chat, Mel.
Definitely is. It definitely is. He's a great ambassador to the charity and an all-round knowledge, a fountain of knowledge, that man, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Oh, he's got some serious knowledge, hasn't he?
He certainly has.
I just love watching his videos because they're so engaging and funny and giggly and silly.
What's great about him too is he's honest and he's open, and he's encouraging about his own mental health, and he also leans on his own community too. So he's done really well. Good for him.
And that's key. One of the things that has been a successful part of this whole weekend is the community around the world. I'm glad to report that we've had builders from Belgium, Holland, UK, Australia, USA, Malta, Norway, Vienna.
Oh, Vienna!
You need to start doing that, Steph. You need to stop doing that.
No, don't ever stop doing that.
Well, I could sing "Oh, shut up in your face," which kept Vienna off #1 slot.
That's a good job. There's no one from Venice watching. Could you imagine?
Just one cornetto. Give it to me. Not bloody likely, because
it is not free.
There you go. So, Steve, do you want to go through the chat? Oh no, you're busy. Sorry, Steve. No, you're right.
Sweden.
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching. Right, bear with me a second. So, where are we? Oh, there we go. Quano Man, you'll be glad to know. He's not in the garden anymore. He's doing his twerking with the kettle on. You watch that. Make sure you don't burn yourself in any way. Ross is there saying, "Watch your milk."
Hello, Ross. Thanks for tuning in, mate.
Mark is just saying to Quano, don't get your hot fluids down your leg. And then that's followed up with wow, massively impressive, which I'm assuming is to do with the total, not any hot liquids in the description.
Yeah, that would be too much information.
Maybe it's all my walnuts earlier on.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly not my singing.
We'll talk about that in a second. I'm so trying to help you with the walnut situation. Richard Thomas is saying, "Give me some earplugs." No, that's already in your head. You'll never be able to listen to that song again without thinking of Stephanie's version. Indeed. There we go. So caught up with the chat. Excuse me. Impressive to see that there is 30 people watching. 31 people watching. Thank you very much for staying with us for all these streams. It's been a long journey, and I appreciate just what you've had to sacrifice to do that. We've been around 30 mark all the way through, and the figures, as I said earlier, of the watchbacks are quite phenomenal. So the message for Models for Heroes is certainly getting out there, and that's part of the process. So, quite a man is happy to report. He's pleased to report that all 3 legs remain unburnt. I assume that's going to be unburnt. He does say burnt, but I'm thinking he means unburnt. So there you go. Yes. So, oh my God, I had a moment of thinking then, and it hurt.
So be careful, you.
Yeah. So Luke, have you got your build there?
Yes.
Come on, let's have a look. Let's have a dribble over your work.
Don't dribble. 1 second. Let me bash some buttons.
At least it's only buttons he's bashing.
Yeah.
There we go. So that is the Tamiya Achilles Mark 10. That one there. So the idea was to try, inspired by just making conversation, to try and a scale model using not really figure painting techniques, but the traditional kind of tabletop painting style, if that makes sense. So no airbrush, rattle can primer, and then everything you see on here is brush painted, with all the highlights and shading, and everything is done with a brush. And the base is actually a Games Workshop Night Titan base, which is the big robot looking thing, for those that don't know what it is. And then all the stuff on there. So this here is a Games Workshop textured paint, which gives, it's not going to pick it up very well on camera, but gives like this dried earth, cracked appearance once it dries. And then all the basing stuff is from Geek Gaming Scenics, which is a wargaming basing company. They sell all the basing materials for wargaming. And that was it. So that was the idea. It was an experiment. I'd never done that before on a scale model to see if it worked, if you could mix the techniques. and I think it has. It goes to show that you can use a brush to paint scale models. You don't need an expensive airbrush setup to do it. Yeah, that's it. Done.
Cool. So it's a phenomenal build. Really is done a cracking job on it.
I mean, what helped was the kit. Really, it's Tamiya. They're 48 scale kits. For anyone that hasn't done one, get one, because they're awesome little kits. You know, everything you see on here, with the exception of the tarps, which are from Value Gear, but everything else, all the shells, you can see in the inside of the turret there, the machine guns, fire extinguishers, everything is in the kit. There's no additional stuff on that other than the tarps. All the tools and everything you get in the box.
You do know now you've got to do a tutorial.
Don't do tutorials.
Well, no, he doesn't. You just need to watch the last 8 episodes of this and you can catch it all up.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, they're phenomenal little kits. And when you're building, not that we're building against the clock, it's, you know, it's the taking part that counts. But when you set yourself a limit time-wise, having a kit like that everything fits, there's no issues with it.
Yeah.
Makes a massive difference because fairly quickly you're
that's one of the reasons I chose Bandai as well.
Is it a technique you'd use again, Luke?
You know what? I think looking at this in comparison to other armor builds I've done, we touched on this yesterday about realism. And just making conversation, did a whole podcast on that. Check it out. I've always, with scale models, always lent towards trying to recreate that realism as much as I can. Having done it this way and done this, I mean, that is the wrong green for a start. So British armor World War II was darker than that, more of a sort of olive green color. But having done this now, I think any future armor builds I will do using these techniques. Because it just visually, it's nicer to look at. And I think I'd struggle to build any armor my old way, if that makes sense. Because I really like the aesthetic of that. And the only way you achieve that aesthetic is by using different techniques.
So are you going to do a Rhino from Warhammer Space Marines in the other way, the scale modeling way?
Yeah, I'm going to have a go. I mean, I have done. So when I first started with the Warhammer stuff, I was using scale model techniques, if you like. I'm just going to grab some things to show you. I was using scale model techniques to build Warhammer kits, if that makes sense, particularly with weathering and stuff like that, because it's not something that certainly the Games Workshop models and the people that do them, it's not something they do a lot of. So I did this, which is a Stormfang gunship. So it's actually specifically for Space Wolves. Now, Space Wolves generally are in this kind of light grey baby blue colour, but I decided to do it in a scale model way. So this is airbrushed. So I've kind of done that a little bit, but I will do one. I'll pick a camouflage livery for a Rhino and do a Rhino in a scale model way using these sort of techniques that we used on this.
What I'd like to see is a Rhino done in the Berlin camo or something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. I mean, that's obviously done in Space Wolves livery, but a lot of the weathering techniques and stuff that I used on it, stuff that I would use on a scale model, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I think a Berlin camo Rhino would be very cool. So, watch this space, as they say.
Can I also just say, my mum is tuned in, so hello, Mum.
Hello, Mum.
Mother's Day.
Hello, Malcolm's mum.
Hello, Malcolm's mum.
Hello, Mum.
There you go. Thank you.
Plastic Monkey says you do need to do a video look on how you painted the tank.
Cheers, Paul. Yes, I will look at that. I'll pick a Tamiya 48 scale kit. And
Just don't call it how-to video.
No, no. Call it something else.
I'm a professional. This is how I do it.
How
you should do it. This is how you should do it.
That's a bold statement.
Don't get me started on those.
Yeah, I will do that at some point this year. I'll pick a 48 scale kit, and I'll use the same techniques that we used on this to do it. As well as the gauntlet's been thrown down, I will do a rhino in Birmingham.
Hey.
So Yuval's there saying hi to everybody.
Hi, Yuval.
Wafu Dave is saying, note to self, never, ever, ever mask a Lysander clear parts without a pre-made set.
Yeah, there's a lot of small glass on the Lysander.
There is, yeah. So I've got a question for you, Luke, as well, in relation to the way you painted that. While I appreciate the reason for you doing it, and the fact that you've been poked by the bear, if you like. Not that I'm calling Malcolm a bear in any way, shape, or form. But,
some people in the community do think I'm quite a big bear.
It's a hybrid.
Yeah. So, do you feel, because obviously you went into the wargaming community and doing your pieces in the skill set that you took to that community, i.e., your previous history. Do you think by doing that now that you've effectively come full circle?
It's a good question.
Yeah,
it's a very good question.
Well,
one of the things that I came across in the wargaming world, if you like, about how they paint and stuff like that, and I have to give them a shout out. I have to. I was very lucky that quite early on in that journey, I was taken under the wing of some very, very talented painters in that world. So Amy, who does stuff, Dark Elf Girl, and their community.
Yeah, I follow them all on Instagram now.
Yeah, and I learned a lot very, very quickly. But what I came across in that world is the use of an airbrush is something that I wouldn't say it scares them, but there's not much confidence floating around that world in the use of an airbrush. It's very few and far between. Whereas in contrast, in the scale modeling world, the airbrush is almost or seen as a necessity.
Yeah.
So it's a very different approach to things. So what I had to get my head around was trying to achieve these sort of effects, or trying to learn to achieve these sort of effects with a paintbrush rather than an airbrush. So in answer to the question about full circle, now I'm much more likely to pick up a paintbrush to achieve an effect than I am an airbrush. But I think the benefit is, and it's what you talked about in your podcast, is that if people open their minds up from both sides, that the skill set you'll develop over time is both. And that just opens the doors for the modeler to achieve really interesting stuff, because you've got more tools in your arsenal to apply to what you're doing. And that's what it's all about. And then you look at the guys that do model railways and how they do their layouts and their terrain and all that sort of stuff. And again, that's a whole new world that if you open your mind, you can learn so much from that.
There you go. You heard it here. Luke is going to go moving into the model railway layout scene.
No, Malcolm, no. I'll do the
He's got to have some way of transporting his troops around the battlefield.
I'm a train at the moment, aren't I? So But yeah, so I think the key is to keep an open mind to different areas of the hobby, because the hobby's vast. It is incredibly vast. It's one of the few hobbies, I think, where people approach it from such different angles, and depending on their genre of choice, dictates the skill set they develop, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I think if you can keep an open mind and try different things, try different genres, try different techniques, it's a steep learning curve, because you get set in your ways. I was set in my ways. If I was painting a tank, then the first thing I'd be doing was getting the airbrush out to put the base color on and the primer and everything else. Now, I'd maybe approach it in a different way, as I did with that little Achilles, So I think it can only benefit you as a modeler, definitely, to open your mind, check out these other genres that you've never even thought about, whether that be on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is, because there's stuff to learn. There's always something else to learn, always. Amy, who does stuff, for example, is in the middle of building a 35th scale model, which is a French, I think it's the Nexus, it's Tiger Models kit, which is like they're almost a bit like a striker chassis, the 6-wheel chassis with the big gun on the front. And she is now trying to do that in a way that a scale modeler would do it, with an airbrush. And I mean, she'll do a fantastic job. She's very talented. But so it crosses over both ways. It's not a one-way street at all.
Oh, no, absolutely.
She sent me a long time ago now, sent me a box of orcs, which I'm just about to finish that particular unit. So in return, I sent her a scale model. And at that time, neither of us had done either thing. So it can come together, and you can learn so much.
Yeah, and I think that's the point that Malcolm was making, was that any skills that you learn are always transferable into different areas, different genres, and the hobby should share an awful lot more than it does. When I say share, I don't mean they're not communicative, because they will communicate if you communicate with them, and they're happy to. Most of them are happy to pass on their knowledge, as modelers are, as gamers are, as railway guys are, and all the other bits there are. It's just seeking them out and showing an interest. So,
there's so many transferable skills, isn't there? Sorry.
And being open, so for example, on that Achilles, so the shading and highlighting a panel, say, whether that be on an aircraft, a piece of armor, whatever. For years, in my head, the only way you could achieve that was with an airbrush. Actually, you can achieve it with a paintbrush, but you've got to be open, and you've got to make mistakes along the way. You've got to refine that technique to a point where you can look at the model and not be able to kind of differentiate whether that's been done with an airbrush or has that been done with a paintbrush.
And that's where a lot of people fall down, isn't it? They try it once and go, I can't do it.
Yeah, I can't do it. I'll go back to what I know.
Yeah.
Because it's comfortable. I'm comfortable with an airbrush. I'm comfortable with post shading. I'm comfortable with pre-shading. I'm comfortable with weathering with an airbrush. So I can't do it with a paintbrush because I've tried it once, it didn't work, and I'll stick to the airbrush. And then you limit yourself. You do limit yourself to what you can learn.
I think people are so scared of making mistakes. It's one thing that holds people back in this game, and I think a lot of people on YouTube. I think Steph talked about this before. There are people on YouTube who make the content hide their mistakes. They don't show them. And that kind of affects people in that. Oh my God, how am I ever going to get to that stage?
Yeah,
where, I've never made a model that hasn't got a mistake in it.
My chieftain was all weathered with just dry brushing.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, so I did a video, God, about a month ago, probably painting an orc, a 40k orc, and how I do it to a tabletop standard. Because with orcs, if you know the game, there's a lot of them to paint. They're a big, what's known as a horde army, whereas Space Marines are a bit more elite, so there's less figures. So you've got to paint a lot of these things. So I did the video, but prior to that video, I painted probably 40, 45 orcs. And the first 10 weren't good at all, because I made mistakes. But you get to a point where you're like, okay, I made a mistake. I won't do that again. I'll try something different. And then eventually you get to the point where, as a lot of content creators do, or put videos up on YouTube or Instagram or whatever, the video that you're seeing has probably taken months and months of trial and error before they get to that point. And then they'll release the video. So never be afraid to make mistakes, because that's like in life. If you make mistakes, that's how you learn.
Celebrate them.
The trick is not to make them twice.
And that's very true. It's very true, and also I know when I've done I haven't done a video for a long time now, but when I have done, it's always been like I can use the lives. I did the Sunday lives, and when you put yourself under that sort of pressure without doing the 40 figures to start with, to make sure that you've got how you want them to look right, it's incredibly frustrating, because you know an hour-long show and you're busy doing something, you're trying a technique, and you make a fundamental error, and that you've not realised you've done most of the time, if I'm honest. And then all of a sudden you're looking at what you're achieving and thinking, that looks awful. What did I do wrong? But it's there, it's live, it's already out there.
And what I really enjoyed about sorry. What I really enjoyed about that series, where you did the Sunday morning live, and it was warts and all, that it was happening as you're watching it. And I don't think any of us can sit here and say they've built a model where every single step of that build has gone perfectly and without any errors, or no one can.
And keep a straight face.
Yeah. Every model you build, there's always things you wish you'd have done differently. You wish you'd have done in a different way, use a different technique. But what I enjoyed about watching those on the Sunday live is it was happening live. So yes, there were mistakes along the way, but you're making the mistakes live. And that's refreshing, because a lot of content creators and a lot of people that make videos don't do that.
And also with that, just to reiterate, that people are learning with your mistakes, by your mistakes, and you're showing them the pitfalls of how, and people can both think, oh, well, yeah, I did that and that happened to me as well. And then you'll go away of changing it, which is also showing them.
Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah, it's true. I see what you're saying, and
I know
it's true.
You found it frustrating, because I remember you used to come offline, but
yeah, it wasn't. What it was it's something I'm passionate about and something I want to do.
Excuse me.
Well, no, I'll tell you what it is. I'll be totally blunt, right? What it is I spent an inordinate amount of time video and editing and all that and the other when I did my big church diorama.
James, was that the award-winning church diorama?
I didn't say drink.
Drink. Mr. Gold Medal.
Drink.
It's not all about me, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
But anyway, it's that's better. I got rid of them all. It's all about me. No, the one thing I liked about that series was I genuinely I filmed it all as I did it, and then I edited through what I did and made what I released, and it was a lot of work. And although it was a lot of work, I'm not complaining. I thoroughly enjoyed the process. I thoroughly enjoyed doing something I hadn't done before.
I can remember a few questions coming in. What do you think of this? What do you think of that?
Oh God, yeah, there were loads, and I bored the pants off so many people. So thank you for putting up with me. Those that are still speaking to me, but yeah, I totally enjoyed that process, and I remember when I started doing it, I recorded a bit, I made one episode and put it in the bank. So I made the second episode, put that in the bank. And then when I was doing the third episode, I released the first one, and that was the process in which I was going to follow. And I thoroughly enjoyed making it. And I got an awful lot of feedback from people watching it, a lot of questions, lots of bits and pieces. And that's what I want to recreate. That's the honest truth. I haven't had a build since that, really, that has given me that same feeling. And I thought by going live and doing live things like I did, that I could recreate that without all the editing. So that was my thing. And really, although I'm being probably a little bit I can't think of the word, negative about myself. Out of all of it, the one that I really enjoyed was the little barns with the two soldiers and a cart. I thoroughly enjoyed doing that. It gave me a great deal of pleasure. It wasn't planned. My plan was to build a cart and to paint a couple of soldiers, and that was it. And then I went off on a tangent, as I normally do. But to have those sort of ideas on a continuous every week sort of cycle is quite difficult to maintain. That's when the frustration kicks in, because you're building up through the week to it. You committed yourself to it because I'm going to do it every week, blah 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 blah. And then all of a sudden you get to Saturday and you're thinking, oh, I've got to do that thing tomorrow. Oh.
Yeah.
And it's negative, and I hated that. I absolutely hated it. Because I just, once I sat down and started doing it, 5-10 minutes into it, I felt fine. All that negativity had gone. I was happy as Larry, but it was the build up that was kicking my ass. Is the honest truth.
Yeah.
And then also the case like Steve alluded to, where I've spoken to him and Carl a couple of times where I'm going, well, that was a load of crap, wasn't it? Or did I do? And I think,
but it wasn't. You're always very harsh on yourself, and I think as modelers, we are always harder on ourselves.
I think that's one of the things that keeps us building.
Yeah,
because I mean, I could look at that church diorama you did, the barn diorama with the two German soldiers next to the cart. For me, looking at that, it's fantastic work. For you looking at that, every single millimeter of that build.
Yeah.
And
you've covered up everything.
In your head, where you think the mistakes are, where you think you could have done better, or wherever you want to put it. We all do that with every single thing we do.
Indeed.
But that's what keeps going, I think. That certainly for me, that's what motivates me, because I'm like, on the next build, I'll do better. But you'll never achieve the perfect build. You'll never achieve.
No, you never will achieve the excellence in which you set yourself up for.
I mean, even people that walk away from Telford, from Adepticon, and these big shows with some of the best modelers in the world putting their stuff on a competition table. Even the people that walk away with best in show, if you speak to them, they'll be like, "Yeah, it was a load of shit."
They always find flaws in their own work. Everyone.
by some very knowledgeable people to be the best in the world at that particular time, you know, but they will still critique their own builds to death. They will. I mean, I've been lucky enough, I guess. I play with Amy on a regular. That sounds wrong. I play Warhammer 40k with Amy on a regular basis. Now, Amy's fairly new to the game, as am I. She's a figure painter by trade, if you like. But obviously, as a figure painter, when she brings her army to the table, it's phenomenal. The standard of the painting on that table on her army is phenomenal. And I'll pick up one of her figures carefully because I don't want to drop it. And I'll be looking at it in awe of what she's achieved. And yet she'll stand looking over my shoulder going, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. But from a fresh set of eyes, I can't, they're flawless. You know? It's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
It's why I like sticking all my mistakes. I'm sorry.
No, go on, please.
That's why I like to stick all my mistakes in my videos. This is the cock-up I've made. This is how I've rectified it. I'm making videos that I want to see. It's like you see, I think you've alluded to it, Luke. You see a lot of these guys, they are amazing. What they create is stunningly amazing. But I would just like to see, okay, you make a cock-up, not all the time, just, okay, you say, look, I made this mistake. This is how I rectified it. Because as you said, no model is ever perfect. It is impossible to make a model perfectly. Time in, time out. People make mistakes. You're human. It's what happens. And it will be good to see these top-rated YouTubers who do the models on there to say, look, this is a mistake I made. This is how I rectified it. This is how we do it. And
I mean, I think I understand. So if you are, and I'm talking more about the figure painting, war gaming as well. If you are a commissioned painter, for example, and that is your livelihood, that is your business, that's how you put food on the table, I do understand why they're known as gatekeepers. They will not divulge every single technique that they use, how they do certain things, because that's how they put food on the table. That, you know, and they don't want to give away. That's how they make their money. They don't want to give away exactly how they do stuff. But someone who is very good at doing that is Martin Novak, Night Shift. Now, that guy, what he does, particularly with weathering and his armor builds, is just phenomenal. But what he will do, and this guy's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, but he will show you the mistakes he makes. And more importantly,
all his outtakes, everything.
Yeah, he will show you how he fixes it.
Yeah, he's probably one of the only ones that does.
And hats off to him for all that.
One thing he doesn't show in his videos is the hours and hours and hours he'll take just weathering a model.
Yeah.
He'll show you the first few minutes. This is how I do it. Be careful you don't do it like this and this and this. But then he'll go away and he'll come back with the finished piece, and you don't realize he's probably spent like 7 hours just chipping that one panel.
Yeah. And I think
that's why it's so good.
Another channel, if people aren't aware, this guy here in the UK. Now, he's a quirky character, and he's not everyone's cup of tea. I really like him, to be fair, and I love his channel. He's model making guru, Fox.
Yeah.
If you look at the way he builds Warhammer kits and how he paints them and how he weathers them and all that stuff. Now, that's his business. He's a commissioned painter. He builds and then he sells those pieces, and they attract high price tags, and rightly so. But he's one of these people that makes, so he's chipping, the way he chips or creates paint effects, chip paint effects. The way he does it looks incredibly simple. However, I have tried on many times to do it the way he does it, and it doesn't look like him. And he will spend hours upon hours on a panel, getting that chip in exactly right. Everything is painted. He doesn't really use any sort of chipping medium or hairspray technique or salt or anything. Everything is painted.
You go back 2 or 3 years and look at his Gundam stuff.
Yeah, and he's just phenomenal the way he does stuff. And I would recommend anyone go to his channel, have a look at how he does stuff. You will learn so much from someone that is literally, and he does a lot of live stuff. You know, he'll just be sat at the bench with a camera on his bench painting away, but he talks through what he's doing. He talks through every single sort of stage, and you'll learn a lot from him.
Yeah, have a look at the image that I'm sharing at the moment.
There we go. You're in the stream now. Yep, there you go. Yeah.
It's just beautiful.
Yeah. And all painted. You know, that is the thing. It's all painted. It's just phenomenal. But these channels and these people, they're out there. They are out there, and they're approachable. Is the key. You know, if you drop them a message or an email or whatever, I haven't come across one who said, "I'm not going to tell you how to do that."
No.
You've just got to take the time and effort to reach out to them, and they'll quite happily talk you through how they do a certain thing. Or
yeah, but then it's up to you to go and practice it till you get it right.
Absolutely. I mean, Fox, for example, has been doing that for 30 odd years.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to watch one of his videos, have a quick bash at it and achieve that straight away. You know, it's time and effort and practice and talent. You know, there has to be I think a base. He's an artist, really.
He is. He's he is an actual cartoonist as well.
Yeah. So that's his background.
Yeah.
So his brain works in that way. That creative side of his brain is very strong. Whereas
he smells colours.
You know, most days I would struggle to draw breath, let alone draw a cartoon. So
yeah,
it's that side of his brain, and some people their brains lean that way. You know, they're creative.
A lot of comments going through.
So just to catch up with the comments, because there's a couple in there. Facebook user, which is Alan Daniels, says, "Evening, gents, from the beautiful north of Queensland, Australia." Evening indeed. Another Facebook user is Chris Medins, one of our sponsors. It's saying to Malcolm, that looks absolutely lovely. Well, it actually says that looks very good. And thank you, Chris, for your help in the auction.
Thank you.
Inside the armor, some very good, detailed and construct that you can get your hands on.
Chris does. Chris is on the Sprue Cutters Union, isn't he? He does that podcast. Really good.
Yeah, a mind of and wealth of information, and also someone that's approachable and willing to share the knowledge, so to speak. So yeah, an all-round good guy. Holt 247 says, as I still class myself a beginner in the hobby, have used an airbrush for most of my builds, and now doing Warhammer 40k figures using a brush only to try something out of my comfort zone. And I think that's probably the key. Just that little word is, or those words, is to try something outside of your comfort zone. It's always good.
I'm a little bit jealous of where Keith is at this stage, because a couple of years ago, the whole point of me buying a Warhammer figure, it wasn't to play the game, it wasn't to build an army. What it was to try and learn figure painting better, so that my scale model dioramas were better, because you're learning these figure techniques. Because as you know, James, if you're building a diorama, you can do a cracking job on the vehicle, you can do a cracking job on the terrain, but if your figures aren't very good, the first thing that as human beings we're drawn to is faces. If you've got a face anywhere on that diorama, the first thing people are going to look at is the face, you know, and that was the whole reason I did it. And then all of a sudden, I fell down the hole, and that's where Keith's at the minute. He's bought these figures to take himself out of his comfort zone, use a hairy stick, and then last Wednesday evening he was in a games workshop learning the rules and learning how to play 40k, and then all of a sudden he's putting an army together. And I'm kind of jealous. I wish I could go back 2 years, because at that stage when it's all brand new and it's exciting and you're learning the rules and you're putting an army, it's an exciting journey to go on. So yeah, I'm jealous because he's at that stage now where he's teetering on the edge of that rabbit hole.
You're not the only one. I got this as a Secret Santa at Christmas, and I've never made one before, and I'm like, no, not another rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So it's like, do I, don't I? Do I, don't I? So yeah, it's one of those sort of like, I don't know what the hell to do.
Stay down it, Steph. Stay down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
so, whatever you do, then do not buy a 3D printer.
I've already got one.
Because you'll start doing stuff like this.
Well, the only reason I got it was because I had a heart attack.
I'm halfway through painting this at the minute.
I had a heart attack. Sorry, Carl. Go.
No, carry on.
I had a heart attack coming up 2 years ago, and the missus said, "Right, here you go. Have a 3D printer." Why? Well, it'll help you get better. Okay. That looks awesome, Carl. What's that off?
That's off Critical Role.
Yeah.
One of the figures from the it's a YouTube. They actually play the game on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I've heard about these.
Yeah. So they play D&D on YouTube. That's one of the characters from their games.
Let's have another look at that. Sorry, I spoke over the phone.
I'm just block painting it at the minute, so there's no detail or anything put in. But I printed it myself.
Yeah.
Is that the woman? I can't remember the name of them now.
I can't remember the name. And happy
the lady
mistake
had
with
a
the base
baby recently.
Yeah, because the base print actually failed.
Oh,
so I just added a bit of putty onto it and made it look like it was actually
cool
chipped off. So, but yeah, figure painting. Yeah, it's not the easiest of things to do.
No, it definitely isn't. But there is a technique, Luke, with the face painting for dioramas. If you search the internet, you can buy little paper bags to put over the faces.
I was going to use walnuts.
That's what I need.
Yeah, or walnuts. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to use walnut shells.
Right. Let's
There's a fine line.
The rest.
There's a fine line between bullying and banter, you know.
Or you just buy figures that are wearing a helmet, so you don't have to paint a face.
Space Marines are good for that.
Yeah. They get their hats low.
But yeah, it's as I say, I think the crux of it all is just keep an open mind.
Practice some more.
You will get there. You will get there. It's just keeping an open mind and be willing to learn from people who know better than you do. You know, and that's the key.
I think the biggest mistake that people make in this hobby, and probably in other hobbies, but in this hobby, the biggest mistake that people make is giving up.
Yeah. And I think we've all done it at some point. I know I have.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to achieve a particular thing or a particular effect or whatever, and it just doesn't go to plan at all, and it's back in the box. Yeah. But I think Malcolm coined the phrase, "Plastic doesn't have a sell-by date."
Nope.
You know, so if you need to put something away for a year and do something else and then come back to it later on, you can. There's no pressure to achieve it there and then.
Yeah, that's what I did with my Star Destroyer.
Yeah, you don't need to do it there and then. Because it will stay in the box.
some elements of Enfield will beat you into a corner, or make you feel unhappy to come to the bench.
Modified sidecar.
Yeah. Yeah, I could rattle off a load. I've got quite a few hidden away in bits and plate in paper. To recognise the fact that you need to walk away from that particular project, and reinvigorate yourself is a key thing. You know, don't. If it gets to that point, it's not worth pursuing at that moment. You can come back to it anytime.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, ultimately, it's a hobby. If you're not enjoying what you're doing it wrong. Put it away.
Yeah.
Do something else. Enjoy what you're doing, and then come back to it. And if that takes 12 months, 2 years, whatever, doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter.
So going back to the chat, we've got Alan Daniel again saying here that not priming in cases I know when I should is my biggest repeat problem. Skipping a step in a way sometimes creates even more issues for you. But with that said, sometimes some of the steps in which we use as a model maker don't always necessarily need or require. You just need to learn how not to use that step. So, Quanaman says I use an airbrush. Excuse me. I use an airbrush for primer, pre-shading, and main color, i.e., orange on an orange car. Everything else is done by tickling it with a hairy. Waifu Day says, Uncle Night Shift is always saying about the mistakes he has made, and I'm buggered if I can ever tell. Yeah, he's good, got to be saying. Yvonne says that he must mention Gilbert Mondragon, as he's so kind and willing to give advice and tips, and he's a master with an airbrush. Yeah, I totally and utterly mirror that.
He's a master on the paintbrush as well.
Yeah. He's just he's again, but his background is as an artist, isn't it? So that's some of the stuff he's done. So you know, he's so full of knowledge and really open to discussing it.
Yeah, he used to make his living out of airbrushing designs, bespoke designs. He would design and paint them onto motorcycle fuel tanks.
Yeah.
That was his sort of, and t-shirts. That was his thing. And obviously over the years, his knowledge now is just, and again, that side of his brain, that creative thing is there. It's so strong in him, and it shows in everything he does. But he will happily, you know, he will fire up a private Zoom call or a Hangout or whatever. If you've got a question on a particular thing, and he will show you in real time how he does stuff.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's true.
You know, testament to the guy, you know, that he gives up his time to help others with whatever it may be.
And he also calls out bullshitters as well.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, from my experience with Gilbert, I know that over the years, and asked him lots of questions, and he's always been willing to provide the answer or to give advice, or a little bit like Carl and Steve will tell you that when my confidence isn't great, and I've done something, think, I don't know, is that right? Fire a picture off. What do you think? He's one of the few people in which I turn to in those accounts, and know that whatever the reply is will be an honest reply. So if it is crap, he'll say it's crap, but he won't just say, "Hey, that's crap." He'll say something slightly gentler. You've made an error there. You can rectify that by blah blah blah. or even a phrase of why don't you try this? You might find that you get a happier result. Is one of the phrases I've had from him in the past, and I've always looked at it and gone, well, that's not really helpful because you're not telling me what I've done wrong per se. You're giving me advice what to try, but you are telling me what to do, or just the way I'm reading it because I'm in that frame of mind. So he's a good lad too. Let's take a break for a second. I'm sure there is a message somewhere from somebody that you're dying to listen to.
Hi, good evening. My name's Mark Bridge. I'm an ex-Royal Air Force weapons mechanic veteran, and I would just like to say how M4H has changed my mental state and mental health. It provides me with a focus of being constructive and something to do, and allowing me to focus on something that doesn't involve me stressing or worrying about my mental health. Provides me a focus on keeping my brain active in working out schemes, decal options, builds, how you're going to build it, how you're going to arm it, and so on. It's provided me a focus and a joy of satisfaction on completing a model that no other hobby does. For that, I have a great deal of thanks and respect for Malcolm Childs and the M4H, all the M4H team and volunteers. Thank you.
So there you go. There's the way to donate as well. Obviously, we're here in these streams to promote Models for Heroes and raise some money for them. And we're doing really quite well right now. On the Just Giving page, we are at 103. Would you believe? He says trying to mash some buttons quickly, hoping his computer can catch up with his fat fingers. Being prepared, James.
Do you want me to do it?
No, it's coming. Don't know where from, but it's coming. There you go, 103%. So £1,550 is in the Just Giving page, and obviously on top of that, we would have to add the auction lots that that we have done in Australia and America. So that would bring our grand total up to £1,940. So I think there's every opportunity that's going to go over the £2,000 mark before we even get to our auction. So amazing.
Open.
Absolutely
amazing. Well done, everybody.
Very, very, very humbling.
It is. It really is. 32 people watching and one love heart. I see. I assume that must be for Luke because I can't see it. Love heart.
I don't think it is.
Oh dear. Yeah. So we're about halfway through this stream now. We've just gone over the 2-hour mark. We're going to be on for 4 hours. Take us up to 4 o'clock GMT time. GMT. Yeah, whatever.
Is
English
Steve painting his nails?
He's still painting his nails.
I think he's painting a Wookiee.
Oh, yeah, Steve, I think he might be painting his nails.
Yeah, enough on
He was up late last night, waxing his legs. So
Yeah.
doing the full works this weekend. Message from Mike. Sorry. He's just saying there that I started with figures, probably why he struggles with models. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Crazy
Get
Locos there
yourself
in the chat.
Sorry. I was going to say, since you're a volunteer, get yourself along to one of the Models for Heroes figure painting classes with Rob Herring on every other Thursday.
God, yeah.
Get your butt down there, and you will give you the confidence to paint all sorts of figures. He's an excellent teacher.
Yes, yeah, he certainly is. I've missed most of the streams, but the one that I have attended, he's incredibly knowledgeable, and it's fascinating to watch.
What's wonderful is on the when he started doing the workshops, people were chatting away, but once he started painting and showing how to do things and how he does it, everyone just shut up, started watching him. It was magical, really.
Yeah, awe-inspiring, most definitely. So we're going to go through till 4 o'clock, and then our next stream after that will be from 5:30. So there will be a little big this time round. I think everyone's deserved a little bit of a walk away, stretch your legs, spend some fun with some loved ones. 5 for the finale of the UK and European fields, and then we'll have the auction, and then we'll go from that stream, and then the last stream will be the finishing line for the USA, which is going to be fun. So there you go. I'm actually going to go and make myself a cup of coffee, and I'll obviously do what I keep preaching. So let's do that. And he comes back late. How rude. Yeah, so I'm going to have to shoot off in a second and go and make that coffee. The kettle is boiling right now.
Off you go.
If you've got any questions for any of us, pop them in the chat. Why not? We'll have a chat. Obviously, you can see by what's on the screen in front of you. Some people are still building. Some are finished. So there's a little bit more of a relaxed thing going on today.
Speak for yourself.
I haven't got my feet up yet, Steph. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to go get that coffee before I call someone else something I shouldn't.
So, Malcolm.
Hi.
Tell us what £2,000 would do for Models for Heroes.
Gosh. Okay. So So it's about 30 quid per box we send out. That includes the courier and basic tools, clippers, sanders, tweezers, cutting mats, glues, a few paints, filler, all the basic stuff you need to put some models together. Plus all the donated models we get into a box. Boxes usually weigh just under 10 kilograms. Courier costs have gone up recently. Parcel Force will send a box in 48 hours for £11.87 now. So we send out about 3-4 boxes a day. Not over the weekend. And so that money will certainly help pay for the courier costs, pay for the cost of the tools and everything else. Because I don't usually like sending out used tools. I like to send out new stuff because it's you starting a hobby. Here's your set of clippers. Here's your first pot of glue. Rather than here's somebody else's rusty clippers. Nice and sharp. And then we send out good ones too. We don't send out the really cheapy ones. We send out good ones that last a bit. But also like the tweezers as well. We use steel tweezers so that you can actually grip stuff properly, not the kind of cheap alloy ones you can get. And good set of brushes and that kind of thing. So it's cost money. And as you know, it's not the cheapest hobbies that you can get into. But once you've got your basic set up, then you can build from there. So that's where the money will go. Also, there's all the other little stupid things that we have to pay for, like envelopes, and stamps and printer ink and all those kind of admin stuff. It's just ridiculous, stupid. It just fills up, which unfortunately is one of the nature of having an office and an organisation. It costs money to run, unfortunately. So it'll go to lots of things, but it's easy to visualize how many boxes we have sent out or can send out with the money.
Yeah.
And also, the money that we've had from the National Lottery 3 years ago, has now run out, or almost run out. So for training volunteers with mental health first aid, we're now going to have to fund that ourselves. And I think it's a really important course that we send our volunteers on where we can. And it teaches the different types of mental health challenges there are. It teaches you details about anxiety and depression, PTSD, psychosis, also the fun ones, and it also kind of balances the what people's perceptions of these things are. It also gives you the confidence to talk to someone if you think they're struggling, and also teaches you just to shut up and listen to somebody, which is really important sometimes. Quite often it's someone says, "Oh, I'm struggling," you want to just throw down a load of advice down their throat rather than just actually listen. And I think that's really important as well. And a lot of volunteers themselves have got a lot out of that course that we send the guys on. So that could also pay for that, I guess, as well. It's a really, really important course. I'm surprised still that it's not that mental health first aid course is not a mandatory course that people should go on, and the companies don't have to have a mental health first aider in their company. It just seems ridiculous.
Yep, no, I couldn't agree more.
In this day and age. Yeah, so there's lots of things that we do that we have to pay for. But all goes towards the helping. And also, we're not funded by the Armed Forces Covenant Fund Trust anymore. That funding has run out too. So the online model making for veterans that we're running is still going to carry on. In fact, it's going to make it. We're going to make it bigger because we're now going to accept emergency service personnel into that scheme, which we couldn't before because we were funded by Armed Forces Organisation. So that's really good.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So we just need the, as I'm sure Luke will say, we just need the actual organisations to get on track with it as well now, and signpost the people to us.
Yeah, that's the challenge.
That's the next thing. But I think it's just a case of just getting the word out to therapists. As soon as a therapist hears about us, it's just an awesome resources for them to be able to signpost their clients to, and once they know.
Yeah. But as you say, it's getting it out there to them. You lot, this is what there is.
Yeah, it's helping people. So
yeah.
But this one of the things that this kind of show will do is not just raise money. It will also raise the profile of Models for Heroes. There might be someone out there listening that would like to become a volunteer, and so signs up. There might be somebody out there who perhaps hasn't come forward or wanted to talk about their mental health and has been struggling for a while and didn't feel they had the confidence or even the right to say anything, and now maybe in this kind of open conversations that we've been having the last couple of days feel that they can, so that maybe down the line when things get tough they're in a better place to be able to deal with those things. So it's all encompassing, isn't it? It's a wider this event is a wider reach than just the cash.
Yeah, absolutely. Awareness is half the battle. It really is.
Yep.
Yeah. We were going to talk about the importance of eating dried grapes as a therapy, and I just want to. It's really raising awareness.
Who's going to kick him out? Me?
Don't need to. There you go.
Oh dear. Is that a cloud?
Tumbleweed.
Tumbleweed.
Oh.
Never mind. So you're right. Raising awareness is important. And what's that word you use, Nuke? Is it normalizing or not normalizing?
It's not to normalize abnormal
situations,
experiences. Yeah, and whether that be an experience on a very personal level. So, for example, someone that is struggling with their mental health, that isn't. And you touched on it yesterday, Malcolm, about awareness of that isn't a normal way to live. It isn't normal to wake up every morning in a depressed state, and you shouldn't normalize it because there is a way to come out of that state. You don't have to live in that way.
Yeah.
And then from an organizational point of view, like I said yesterday, my job, which I can speak about, I can't speak for others, but it isn't normal. It isn't normal. We're exposed to abnormal things that most people aren't. And the danger is that once you start to normalize that, that's when it's going to hit you hard. Don't normalize it. Accept it for what it is. It is the job. You can't get away from it unless you leave the profession. But it's not normal. Don't normalize it because it's not. And the sooner you come to those conclusions, the better your health will be.
Yeah. It's not an easy step to do at all.
Absolutely not.
Nope. And I often hear people say they didn't want to ask for help because they didn't want to show weakness. They wanted to be in control. They want to look after other people, and that was why they never asked for help. But I think And a lot of other people think that if you are going to ask for help, then you are taking control.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I was just going to say
Beat you to it.
I mean, I can speak from personal experience, and fairly recently. I mean, I was diagnosed with PTSD in 2012, so that's 10 years ago. And yet, a year ago, just over a year ago, it was starting to kick my ass again. And I'd been okay for a long time. And it started to kick my ass again. And we won't go into it in massive detail, but it came to a fore actually live on YouTube. And it was several people in here that gave me the kick up the arse that I needed in order to, as you say, Malcolm, take control of that. And that is, it's the biggest misconception, I think, with people that struggle with mental health, whatever that may be. They don't want to ask for help because they feel that they are relinquishing control at that point. But the reality is, and in my case, at that point in time, PTSD was controlling me.
Yeah, I remember talking to you at Telford.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't in control, but unfortunately, I wasn't able on my own to manage it anymore and needed help. But that is the biggest thing to get your head around if you're that individual is sometimes you do need a bit of help. And it doesn't have to be massive. It doesn't have to be a massive intervention or anything like that. It's just knowing that you can't do it all by yourself. All of it.
No, nope, not at all. No, I remember that, mate. And I remember you saying that you wanted to give up your ambassadorship because you felt that way.
Yeah.
You're not going to get out of that easy.
No, he wouldn't let me go. He wouldn't let me go.
No way.
No, and the reason for that, and it's been touched on many times over the last couple of days from many people, is it's an embarrassment factor.
Yeah.
Because you feel like you've let people down. And you feel that you not only embarrassed yourself, but you've embarrassed others. Actually, and conversations that took place after that, you haven't. But to get your head around whatever it is to realise you haven't is quite a big gap. And I'm incredibly. If I could do that again, obviously I'd do it differently. But in a way, I'm grateful that it did happen and it did come to the fore live on YouTube. Lots of people saw it because that forced me to do something about it.
Yeah, and you did.
And I did. And now it's under control again, and hopefully will continue to be under control going forwards, as it had been for years prior to that period in time.
Yeah.
But sometimes it needs an event or it needs something. And for me, it needed to be in the public domain, if you like, in order to give me the kick up the arse that I needed to take control back and control what was going on. It's a difficult thing to do. It's not an easy thing to do.
God, no. As Waffy Dave, just looking at the comments, Waffy Dave says, in my case, it was pride that prevented me from asking for help.
Yep. And you know what they say? It comes before a fall, doesn't it? And we've all been guilty of that, I think.
Pride comes before fall, yeah. Well, I think it's incredibly brave when people open up and talk about what they've been up to with their own mental health. I think it's very brave indeed. Because of that. It's that stigma, isn't it?
Still, probably, yeah. It is still out there. It's getting better, though. I think it is getting better. It's certainly, I mean, I think back to when I was perhaps a teenager growing up. You know, mental health then, it wasn't really talked about.
It never was. What?
Especially it's not a new thing. You know, this has been around since humans have been around. You know, it's nothing new.
They'd just lock you up in an asylum.
Yeah, they just hide you away.
Yep.
And I can even remember it, and not necessarily mental health, but my grandfather, my mum's dad, he suffered with epilepsy from tiny small, fairly well controlled, but perhaps once every year he may suffer a seizure because he was controlled with medication, everything like that. But within the family, so certainly my grandmother, his wife, she used to call it the other. Oh, he's had the other, because
like he's possessed or something.
Yeah, like in that generation, someone having a seizure, and if anyone has either suffered seizures or has seen someone having a seizure, it's not a nice thing to see. And there was then a massive lack of understanding of what it was.
When I was call handling, the worst phone calls you could get would be someone having a seizure.
Yeah.
Because the person that's calling you is panicking 10 times more than if someone had taken a heart attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they are literally screaming down the phone at you.
But it was never talked about because that generation didn't want to admit, in their eyes, a perceived weakness. And he had a real hard time, certainly during the war, Second World War, because he couldn't serve. He wasn't allowed to join the armed forces because of the epilepsy. And obviously at that time in the UK, most young men weren't here. And the ones that were here were deemed to be cowards, deemed to be, and all. So he had a real rough time for years, through no fault of his own. He would have loved to have gone, but he wasn't allowed to. But it was never talked about. It was never. But I think that side of society, whether it be mental health or some sort of medical issue, that is getting better. People are a lot more open now to discuss things and try and understand what it is.
Yeah, it'll get better slowly and slowly and slowly.
Yeah.
Uval says there are tons of cases of people fear that asking for help is going to open their wounds.
Yeah,
and that's scary.
It is scary, particularly when you
spend so long hiding it.
Yeah. And the problem is that often, and again from personal experience, you put those feelings and those experiences away in a box, never to be opened. But the reality is those contents do seep out. They do. As much as you try and keep that box closed, they will seep out. And then you will find other things to try and close that box. And quite often, they're not the healthiest of things that you do.
Self-medication.
Yeah. Or you're trying to, I don't know, you're displaying behaviors to try and keep that box closed. That perhaps aren't the best behaviors, not only for yourself, but for those around you. So actually taking control and getting that proper help to do something positive is the right step, but it's a difficult step to take.
Yep. It's like when we first started my very first face-to-face session in Wellingborough. We had a guy turn up. He said, "I'm not here to make models. I'm not here to talk about my shit. I'm just here to," and he had a specific reason for being here. I'm not going to tell you what it was because it will probably identify him. And I'm like, "Yep, not a problem." So we all sat around, introducing ourselves, who we are, what service we've been in, what we've done, and just general getting to know each other. Then at the end, I said to him, "So, what sort of aircraft would you like to build if you could?" And he said, "Oh, A10, love A10s, cool." So I had a dig in my box, and I had a 144th. I said, "There you go. Next time you can build that." And he looked at it and went, "Yeah, right." Showed me his hand and said, "I ain't going to build that." I said, "Okay, leave it with me." Next session, I brought in a 148 Warthog, gave it to him. He sat there and he made it. well, not in that session, but he started making it and just doing bits and pieces. Hardly said anything. Would occasionally look up, have a chat, and would offer him a coffee and bits and bobs. 3 months down the road, he's chatting about his shit and everything else. Following day, I get a phone call from his wife. What have you done to my husband? What do you mean? He's actually gone to the doctors, recognised he needs help, and asked for it. Thank you very, very much. And it's at that stage you suddenly realise, Christ, I am actually making a difference.
Yeah.
And it's just such. I still get a buzz about talking it now.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Such a simple thing too.
Yeah. Didn't force him into it. Didn't pressurise him. Just said, yep, not a problem. Cool, that's your choice. That's what you're here for. Asked him if he'd like to make a model. And it just went from there. And he's come on in so many leaps and bounds.
I remember him showing it at one of the shows, wasn't he?
Yes, he did. And I've said to him, I'm never inviting you to another show again.
Making you look bad.
He's one of these guys that is very straightforward. And somebody said something about his model. And he looked, the guy who said it didn't realise he was stood next to the guy who made it. And he really he ripped into it. And he does no more than stand there and goes, oh, where's your model then?
Yes, excellent.
And the bloke went, you what? He said, where's your model? I want to have a look at your model. What do you mean? He said, that's my model. I made that. That's the first one I've ever made. Oh, and you should have seen this guy backtrack.
Backtracking.
Oh, it was hilarious. His wife was there. His daughters were there. And all three of them stuck their head in their hands and walked off. Because he's going for him and he's like, well, where's your model? I want to slate your model.
Yeah, good.
I haven't got one. I'm broke. Why not? But you're quite happy to slate other people's hard work. Who the hell do you think you are? I said, Vince. Got it. And he looked at me and I went, just nodded at him and he's like, okay. And this guy got his wallet out, took a tenner out, put a tenner in the jar.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Cool. You want to do some comments, chaps?
Yeah, I'll have a look. Mate. One second. So, where did we get up to?
Sorry, Luke. Just to let you know, I had to step out for a minute. I've got to deal with something. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
That's all right, mate.
So, Crazy Loca, we'll start there. It's saying, speaking of which, I still need to square up my auction bets. Yeah, you did well last night.
Yeah.
Did
you ever?
well this morning for us, but yeah.
Yeah. He was one of the snipers, wasn't he?
He was getting there, mate. He was getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Edward Millership has just clear coated his model, so he's leaving that to dry. Nice. That sounds like an end stage of a build. Mike A is saying he's happy to put any serving volunteers on mental health courses that he runs regularly at Southwark Park. There you go, Malcolm.
Yeah, okay.
You need to get in contact with him.
Yeah.
Crazy Loca saying, glad to do a small bit to help your efforts. And it's very much appreciated, mate.
Yeah, very much.
Wafu Dave saying, in my case, it was pride that prevented me from asking for help. Yep. Comes with 4
Yeah.
Malcolm Red, Dunno, Yuval. We've got a Facebook user that I can't see the name. saying hi all. Well, hello and welcome,
Hello.
whoever you may be. Edward's saying Models for Heroes has done more over the last 2 years for him than bigger charities with more resources. Yeah, I think that is, will we call it a USP, Malcolm, the Models for Heroes?
USP.
USP, unique selling point. I've been watching The Apprentice. But yeah, it's essentially, I think because it is a smaller charity, it's a smaller organization than a lot of these bigger, multinationals almost, that personal touch can go a long way, can go a very long way. Unfortunately, as with anything, the more successful anything becomes, not necessarily just charities, anything, the bigger it becomes, there is always the danger of you losing that sort of personal touch. But I think where Models for Heroes is strong is the volunteers that run these sessions, and that personal touch exists. Challenging through COVID, obviously, because face-to-face sessions weren't a thing. But if you look at how strong Models for Heroes was with the online sessions and the online presence in a community, says all you need to know, really. Keith is saying he didn't get help he needed for his mental health until he got into the hobby, and his partner booked him a doctor's appointment without him knowing. Yeah. Well, sometimes we all need that kick up the arse, mate. We all do.
Well done.
Yeah. Edward's saying the military mindset, nothing's wrong, it's all normal, never show weakness. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Facebook user, again, apologies, I can't see your name. It took me years to ask for help. I denied having a problem until I got myself into some serious issues. I had a lot of help from veterans, NHS Wales, and changed step, but getting back into modelling has helped me so much. I have started a modelling group now in the VC Hub in Shotton so that I can pass on my passion of modelling and how it has helped me to other veterans.
That is Martin Moyes.
Martin. And that is exactly what it's all about.
Yeah.
Right there. You couldn't have worded that better. Yeah. You found what difference it made for you, and now you're passing that on in the best way you can to others, and that's how it'll grow. That's how it'll help all the people it can. Fantastic stuff. Edward saying, apologies for being tardy, but a little something has been donated to you. Okay. Thank you very much. Yuval saying, when hurt people understand that M4H is not one of those therapies that say, let's talk about it, but more like, hey, mate, doing this will help me a lot. Do you want to try it? Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't have to talk about anything.
No. And I think we touched on it yesterday with what Simon said in his video message about that isolation. And it's such a massive impact when you leave the forces that you are a fish out of water in the civilian world. You are. But where Models for Heroes comes into its own, like I said yesterday, is not only then are you in a community where you can interact with other veterans. So firstly, they're going to get your sense of humor. Secondly, there's some familiarity there because everyone's coming from the same mindset. But more importantly, I think, is that there are civilian volunteers, there are civilian modelers, so you start to integrate with civilians, which is a real challenge when people leave the forces. And so all of a sudden you start to become part of civilian life. Yeah, and you start to integrate back in a very gentle way with a common purpose. Yeah, fantastic.
So just before you do continue with the task, just to highlight what Edward was saying, he's made a donation on the Just Giving page. Just a little message. I can't believe the work that's gone into the organisation of the 48 and 48 build. Congratulations to everyone involved. Thank you very much. And that's from Pat and Eddie Millership.
Thank you.
Donation of £40. Thank you very much
Wow,
indeed.
thank you, guys.
Yeah, that is awesome. And to be fair, I mean, yes, I mean, he will hate me for saying it. But, ultimately, this concept, this idea came from James. everyone else has kind of look, he's there. Look, I thought you were busy.
M4H needs you.
Yeah. Oh, you're muted, James. That's a shame.
Yeah, Rotter.
This was James's idea. This was James's concept. James has brought all these people together to make this happen. So it couldn't have happened without James. More importantly, none of this would have been possible without all the people watching, all the people donating, all the people building along, all the people posting it on their social media profiles to raise awareness, so it brings more people in. You know, there's 37 people watching currently. It's Sunday afternoon here in the UK, and people are watching and donating and chatting away. It would be very boring if we were all sat here live on YouTube with no one in the chat, because we would have no one to bounce off except each other. And let's be honest, we're boring. No one wants to watch that. You know, so yes, it's down to you guys out there, really.
It's definitely come on a very long way in the last how long is it now? 4 years since we did that very first one, where there was a handful of us.
Yeah,
it's
and it'll
definitely
go from strength to strength. I'm sure next year will be bigger, bolder, and it will continue every year. I'm sure. I've already booked the annual leave for next year.
Me too.
I've already booked that. So you guys
you've used. Yeah. We'll have to talk about that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got plans for next year. Yeah, sorry I disappeared. I'm busy dealing with stuff to do with PayPal. I'm going to say this very quickly. Anyone that hasn't paid for their auction lot, can I please implore on you, send the money as a friend, not as a business, because I'm now arguing with PayPal about waiting 21 days for a donation for an auction lot.
Yeah.
That's going to cause enormous amounts of complications. I'm not cross with anyone. I'm not having to go at anyone. It's what it is. We can deal with it, but please, if before you make any donations, any auction payments from now on, can you please make sure you send it to friends and family, and email me if you need to at 48hourgroupbuild22@gmail.com. Okay. Because obviously that's a little bit of a headache that we could have avoided. It's not the end of the world. We'll resolve it. But if you could please do that, that'd be great. Now I've got that out of the way to explain where I've been for the last 5 minutes. Plans are afoot for next year already. We're already in talks with a few people here and there. We haven't got anything concrete as such, other than the fact that we want to go crazy, which is like that every year. So it's nothing unusual. We hope that next year will be a little bit bigger and bolder. As a minimum, it'd be lovely to get some more people involved in different time zones, because that wasn't hard work at all. In any way,
I'm going to buy you a calculator, James, because you were
I mean,
fingers and toes to work out time differences.
No, someone else is doing that next year. I've already put a label on that person's name on my wall chart, and
this is a big chart that says Luke on it.
Damn, where's your camera?
Just covered in post-it notes.
I mean, I've said this before, but I think everybody realizes the amount of effort and stuff that's gone into any event like this, and people are more than willing to jump in and get involved in different ways. Oh my God, you made me a big screen, you buggers. Everybody now I understand everyone's leaving. They've all left the studio. That's why they've made me big. They're running. Don't give me a job. I'm off. Next year we've got plans. I did hope that we'd have someone involved from Japan, but unfortunately that fell through. Just for the kudos of having someone from Japan, but we hope to make sure we've got every continent involved next year in one form or another. Why not throw it out there to every single time zone, and then work that out. So
What was,
yeah, sorry.
What was good from my perspective from James is when you were saying you were asking for help, not one person. You didn't have to ask twice.
No, I didn't. In fact, to be honest, that. If I'm hand on heart being really honest, I didn't ask anybody at all. They all asked me, "What can I do?"
Yeah.
That's the hard part, is going, oh yeah, if you could do this and if you could do that. It's not about not having the confidence to know that they can do it, because everybody could have done this. It's but it's letting go of it and allowing people to go off and do things. And soon Frank will be back, I'm sure. I am concerned he's not back at the unit already.
When you say, James, anybody could have done this, they didn't. You did.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Yeah, but next year you are.
Well volunteered, Carl. Well volunteered.
Yeah, I'm glad you spoke up.
I'll just go full management mode and delegate.
But yeah, no,
take all the praise.
It's lovely that, like Luke said, it's lovely to have a flattery thrown my way, but realistically, it's not about me, and I genuinely mean this. It's about everybody else that got involved. Yeah, okay, I had the crazy idea, got this crazy scheme in my mind, but it's you lot for believing in that idea, believing in that that approach, and getting involved, and that's everybody from Lisa and Nat are in the back doing the things they've been asked to do. The people that stole Frank and took him on tour.
Who was that?
I can't tell you. He will be back, I'm sure. I already messaged the person concerned and said Frank needs to go home.
His dinner's ready.
Dinner's ready. And Mummy's standing on the steps saying, "Where the hell are you?" Yeah, to the guys from all over the different time zones that have taken charge in their streams, trying to figure out my gibberish in my schedule, and so many more. There's so many people that have been involved, so it really isn't me. Yes, I had this big idea and a crazy dream, so to speak, but it's everyone else that believed in me, and that includes everybody that's watching and donating and putting pictures up on Facebook, on the Facebook group. I've never seen that stream so immensely active as it has been over this while. I cannot keep up with it. It's so mad. So yeah, everything's there. You guys are what's made it, and I got to go back to the help desk now before I blush.
See, I told you we were boring. Anyway, Yuval.
Yeah, you thought they were boring. Look at me, I'm off.
James, do you want to talk about the PayPal thing with me? Or are you okay?
I think I've got it under control. I'm just there's a couple of things that have happened. One is my stupidity, and the other one I'm dealing with.
Okay.
All right, but yeah, if I need to, I definitely will.
Oh, thank you.
Can't help you with stupid.
I can't help you with stupidity now. I'm still trying to work that
Not
one
even
out.
with surgery.
No.
Not
brain
this
transplant.
Oh, I've never had a brain.
That explains.
Yuval is saying, when hurt people understand that M4H is not one of those. We've done that one. Keith, sorry. I couldn't go out anywhere without being told I had no choice. Now I'm going out and meeting new people and traveling on my own, which I couldn't have done a year ago. There you go. Progress, mate. Nice to hear. Nice to hear. Crazy Loker saying he got sniped all for a good cause. He still won 2 auctions. Absolutely. Crazy Loker is also saying that was the info I was looking for on payment. Excellent. Steve Hancock, please don't do 24 in 24. Yeah, that would be interesting. It would definitely be a figure, that's for sure. Facebook user is saying it's great to see the help modeling provides those from the services and the charity work you all do. Absolutely. Facebook users also saying the cancer appreciates it too, even if it doesn't appear that way. Absolutely. Edward's saying the bigger charities wound down over lockdown and 4-H ramped up. Indeed it did. Indeed it did. So I think we shall go around and see how people are doing. So we've seen mine. I've finished. James is away. Carl, you look like you're still fettling with a paintbrush, don't you?
No, I'm just holding on to a thing. So I finished very early this morning. So
look at that. That's awesome. Mate. Is it? What's that in the hammock?
that is just some 135th stuff I've got. So there's a couple of jerry cans, a bucket, and a I think it's a Tiger tank track.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, finished.
Very cool. And yeah, that black wash on that red has done the trick, hasn't it?
Yes, really toned the red down.
That's awesome.
The basket was handmade, scratch built.
Out of what?
Yeah.
Stretch sprue and some of, where's it gone? Some mesh I got from one of the grill covers on my PC. Last time I cleaned my PC out, I forgot to put it in, so it's got started to get cut up for different bits and pieces.
Very cool. Very cool.
So, yeah.
I often say, as modelers, we are the kings and queens of recycling. We use all sorts of things, don't we?
Yeah.
We recycle everything.
We certainly do.
We get into like building dios. And
it's like my dusting down brush is just a was it a blusher brush or something?
I've got exactly the same one. Look at that.
They're so soft.
Yeah. Makeup brush.
Yeah.
Exactly the same one.
Yeah. So that's me. All done. Finished.
Good stuff, mate. Good effort. I like that. I like it a lot. Lewis, how are we getting on? Ooh.
Sorry about that. And that's spraying soap.
Sorry.
She's going to stop in a minute.
It's okay.
The model is all done.
That's very nice, mate. I like that.
Is that missile launchers on the side? Oh,
Yeah.
The bombs, are they?
Yeah, missile
rocket.
Rocket launchers. Wow.
Yeah, very cool, mate.
So I just want to do a base for it because my original base isn't working.
Yeah.
Or it's not working as quick.
Yeah, the water's not set, so
yeah.
Well, my hair drying up.
Yeah, that stuff can take days and days.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna come back to it with something else.
Yeah, it's very cool, mate.
I've got a Lancaster upstairs that might fit on
it.
Looking good.
And how's Nat getting on?
Really, really well. I'm just doing a base coat on my turret, but I am going to be boring. I'm not going to show because I have tweaked it a little.
Ooh.
I've put my own little spin on it, so I want to get it done, and then I will
reveal
what I've changed.
Nice.
Excellent stuff. Okay, Steph.
Hello.
That's looking like it's not far away.
No, you've done well to catch up there, Steph.
I just got to let the decals dry off and shrink back into place. Bit pissed off. This Reg decal. It's just one piece, but what they've done is they've cut that bit and that bit out.
Oh.
So when you take it out, they go.
Yeah.
So I've caught that one, which is the first one. I thought, great. This one, this just went twisty. So I've cut it off. I'm just going to mask it off and spray a quick letter in there. So not a problem there. So yeah, nearly got the decking finished. I'm going to give that an hour once I've finished, and then it's put the top wing on and start to do the rigging. I've started.
Very cool.
Started on the back.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's popped. That needs gluing back in. But yeah, so
Very
That's
cool.
not really starting on in a bit. So yeah, that's where I am. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I shall be up to speed with everybody else.
Awesome.
Very cool. Good recovery, Steph. Good recovery.
Thank you.
Looking nice.
Mr. Childs, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah. So I've only masked the canopy. I haven't done any further than that. It's quite polished and shiny on the top. Once I masked it,
I'm liking the font coloring for the decals.
Yeah, it is. They come out nicely.
Yeah.
And then the other one I'm doing is this one. This one here.
Yes.
Look at it.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
Look at it. It's kind of come together in the last hour or so. Once I put all the little highlights on the canvas and the straps and the bits and bobs, and I used that. What's it called? Thingy.
Paint.
The paint that I use. Yeah, that's the one. So I used Balthazar Gold with its highlight with metallic silver.
Yeah.
Luke told me to do, so I did. I did that on his whatever this is, chest plate horn surround on there, and then on the actual hammer surround bit as well, and and the rest is just kind of browns and greys, flesh colours,
just
like that.
Just that silver highlight, it just starts to make it pop, doesn't it? It's amazing the difference it makes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm going with the this thing.
Yeah.
What do they call this? They call this something, don't they? This is the box art. That's one. There's a couple of things I want to do. Like you've got there's some blood on his bandage there, which I haven't done. Which I might like to do. Put some color into it. I haven't done that yet. Also, they've got this blue shadow in some of the parts to give it kind of a magic-y kind of effect. I haven't done that. They've also tiger striped up his tiger pelt, I suppose. I haven't done that. I wasn't sure whether to do. I might do that.
Yours is from an albino cat, though, isn't it?
As well. Sorry?
Yours is from an albino cat, isn't it?
No, that's a cashmere. That's rabbit. And I need to do the base. And that's it.
May I be as bold to say?
No.
Okay. I actually prefer the color palette that you've used to the box.
On which bit?
On all of it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I think it looks a bit. So there's a thing in the Warhammer world called grimdark, because a lot of these kind of subjects and stuff, particularly in 40k and in Age of Sigmar, which that is, it is actually quite a dark world that they exist in. You know, it's war and devastation and destruction all over the place. And I think you've captured that more with the color palette that you've used than in the box art. It's less cartoony.
It's more realistic and like that's that's what it actually looked like.
Yeah, I prefer it.
Okay, cool. I've also kind of messed up his cloak here. I'm gonna whatever color I put on here, I probably use Flat Earth or Hataka's Dark Earth. Is this Dark Earth? Yeah, it is. Dark Earth. I'll probably use that on here, and then I'll add some sort of mess and muck up his cape as well, and probably on his boots to reflect the fact that he's been walking through this stuff.
Do you have Citadel Steel Legion drab paint?
No.
Do you have Zandri Dust?
No.
Okay. So, do you have? I know you have this one because you showed it yesterday. Model color Flat Earth.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so that is essentially the same color as Steel Legion drab, and that works really well on sort of the bottom of Flat Earth. You need.
Sorry, not 10.
983.
Oh, the number. Thank you. That helps. That'll be much easier to find.
I can see it. I can see it on the left of your screen.
Where?
Next to the keyboard. Move your camera up a little bit.
This one?
Behind the army painter wash. Is that flat Earth there? No, that's pale brown. But you definitely got it. Have a look for it.
No, I do have it.
Yeah, which is the same color pretty much as
Last a bit.
Citadel Steel Legion drab. No,
All right. Well, it's here somewhere, and yes, it's not making great telly, but
it works. It works really, really well as a dry brush on the bottom of clothing to tie it into the base. There you go. That's the one. Works very well. So have a go with that.
Yeah, really flat Earth. There is flat Earth.
Yeah.
All right. I'll use that one instead of the. Maybe I'll use flat Earth and dark Earth.
Yeah, use them both, and it ties them in together. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Absolutely. Good stuff. I think that's everyone, isn't it? Have I forgotten anyone?
Steve, he's not here at the minute.
Oh, he's not there. No. Okay.
James is waving.
Oh, James. Sorry. I thought you were arguing with PayPal. Hello, James. Where you at?
Hey, buddy. You all right?
Let's have a look.
So I've got a similar problem that's developed. In 1 second. Click the right button.
Is it anything to do with a can or something?
I've got fogging on my canopy.
It's fogged. Where is it fogged? You idiot.
Inspired by you. What can I say? So yeah, this is my build all done. It's got it hasn't got the decals that come with the kit because I lost them. I have no idea how, but they're here somewhere. Either that or the cat stole them and stuck them on the other cat. I don't know, whichever. But yeah, so there you go. It's got a little bit of mottling on the side. I hope that's coming through. It's a nice little kit. That's the underneath. As you can see, there are some bits that aren't painted because I was in a rush to get the last bits on, which were the doors to the wheelbase. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed making it. It's for a 148, it's quite tiny. It's only 16 centimeters by 15 centimeters in diameter.
Yeah, it's a very cool looking thing. I like it.
Yeah, it is ace. I like it a lot. So I wouldn't say it's my favorite 48-hour build, but it's close. It's close.
This is it's not a what if, is it? I know it was never built.
Technically, it's called as Carl said, it's called a paper model. So it
never got off the plans. Yeah, it was never built.
So yeah,
very cool though. Just goes to show how they were really trying to push the boundaries at that period in time of technology. You know, we've got the Osprey now, and that's a fairly new thing, really.
Yeah,
they were thinking about that sort of stuff then. Yeah.
And my decals are falling apart as well, so that's a good sign. I just noticed that. What on earth is that? That's going to really annoy me.
Very cool. Very cool. Excellent. So what we will do, I think, is we'll have a little message, and then we'll catch up on chat, I reckon. Once I can bash the buttons. So, yes, don't forget, folks, we are in the UK coming to the end of the build. but make sure you're still taking your breaks, you're still stretching your legs, you're still keeping yourselves hydrated as we're in that final stretch now here in the UK before we hand over the torch to the Americans to close it all up. But yeah, make sure you're looking after yourselves. Super.
So,
James, do you want to run through the chat, mate? Or?
Just very quickly before you go through chat, just want to share this screen again. You've probably all seen this already 100 times. Oh, what's going on there? Is that flashing for everyone else, or is it just me?
Just it's flashing, mate. It's intermittent.
Yeah, flashing.
And stop sharing that. And we'll try this one. There we go. Let me just refresh that so you can see where we are, because wrong screen. 2 seconds. Technical problems. So.
Oh. Whoa.
Nice. Wow.
And I'm just going to read a few things out because there's a few of the donations that have come in with messages.
Oh. Nice.
So we've got one here from Carl S. David. Great work to all involved. Great cause. Look forward to seeing the builds progress throughout the weekend. So from a Plastic Monkey, Paul saying, well done, guys. A donation from Mike saying, donation equivalent to the running total of Carpet Monster consumables. And from Anton, I think it's Dvorak, have fun. Don't try to stay awake the whole time. So thank you very much. From Natalie and Victor Carlson, we're having a great time building and you doing a terrific job with the charity organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From Daniel Heap, just doing my little bit, and with a donation of £100 there.
Wow.
Okay. So, Ross M, keep up the good work and good luck with the builds. And again, a big donation of £70 there.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you very much.
Ross is my friend. He's my friend. Ross.
He's my friend.
I'll read this last one out from Johnny. Best I can do, as I'm just getting back into full-time work, with a donation of $100.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, fair play, Johnny.
Thank you all
amazing.
very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Doesn't matter how small or how big. Every little help.
It's the effort behind it, isn't it, Carl?
Exactly. And that's my excuse, and it has been for the last 40 years. Thanks, Luke.
You're welcome.
I thought I'd just go through a few of those just before we continue.
Yeah,
so, that's fantastic.
Quickly catch up on the comments. So, Edward's saying, did someone say something about a group in Shotton? Yes, that was Facebook user on my screen. Carl did mention the name, so if you
Martin.
go back about 20 minutes on the stream, there's a guy who set up a...
Yeah, it was Martin Moyes.
Martin Moyes. There you go. So yeah, he set up a group in Shotton. Edward is also saying that Walker is awesome. I think that was your Walker, Carl, your ATST, and it is awesome.
Why, thank you very much.
Edward is asking Steph, is that Airfix?
Yes, it is, mate. It's the new Airfix one.
Very nice. Very nice.
Done a great job with that, mate.
Yeah, really good.
Thank you.
And the model guys there say morning, gents. Hello, buddy. Hello. And Johnny's in the chat there. Morning, peeps. Just gave a little donation. Yes, we've just seen that, Johnny. Much appreciated, mate. Much appreciated. What's Luke working on?
His look.
Well, currently,
embarrassing me. That's what he's working on.
I have finished my build, which is over on the Model Officers Mess Facebook group. There's pictures on there, so you can have a look at that, which was the Tamiya Achilles. And now I am working on, just so I'm not sitting here doing nothing, I'm working on some terrain, which eventually will be an Orc kind of shantytown barricade type arrangement, and that's from the Warhammer Kill Team Octarius box. So it's all orky scrap metal terrain is what it should look like when it's finished, but that remains to be seen. Mike is saying Steph is on the last leg of his rigging, just centre span to go. Do not forget the silver Sharpie for painting the rigging.
Nope.
There we go.
I tend to use. Oh, sorry.
Go on, mate.
I use clear fishing line, so at that scale, you don't need to paint the bugger. So yeah, there you go. Quick tip for you.
Yeah, Val laughing at us, saying good stuff. I think there's probably been many people laughing at us throughout this weekend. I think you're talking about your fogging of your canopies, James. Dan Chronoman is saying he has some Citadel's Andrew Dust if you have a catches mitt, Malcolm. And Crazy Lake saying even has the proper shiny top coat and not matte finish. Absolutely. And that's it. We are caught up on chat.
Yeah, Chronoman, if you want to just throw that out the window and let me know which direction it'll be coming from.
He'll catch it. I think Dan's in line.
So one last. Sorry, guys. So one last thing, Luke. Could I ask you a big favour from you, and that being, would you like to go through the auction?
Yes, I can do that.
And then I shall be back, and I'll take the reins.
Yeah, no problem at all. My pleasure. So the auction for those in the UK and Europe starts tonight live. Do not adjust your sets. It will be live on this channel at 8 p.m. UK time. And I believe, I may be wrong, someone correct me if I am, that now the guys in the Netherlands and Europe are on the same time as us, aren't they? Because we've jumped an hour.
I believe so.
So, yes.
Don't they jump as well?
No, I don't think they have yet. Don't they jump a bit later than us?
Yeah, I think they jump next week.
Yeah.
But could be
anyway,
wrong.
regardless of that, if they haven't, it's 8 o'clock UK time. Are we on BST now or GMT? I always forget.
BST.
Yeah. So anyway, we will be auctioning the following items for your pleasure. So lot number 1 will be a kit from Precision Ice and Snow. Now, the idea of this particular lot is you bid on the lot, and then if you are successful and you win, you will then be able to choose a kit or a selection of products that come as a kit from these guys at Precision Ice and Snow. You will not regret it. This stuff is premium quality, top end. I've used it. I've got it. It's fantastic. You won't regret that at all. Donated by Rubicon Rubicon Models, I should say, is a 56 scale Tiger 2 Conix Tiger without Zimmerit and full interior. These are fantastic little kits. They're predominantly wargaming pieces for games such as Bolt Action, etc. But as a model, you will be surprised how good they are and how detailed they are. They're fantastic little builds, really are.
Very popular in Modelers Mess and very popular with the beneficiaries of Models of Heroes.
Yes, I am currently looking at, they've just released a Vietnam range. And Richie from RW Hobbies has reviewed some of the Vietnam stuff. And yeah, if you want to do a diorama, these are ideal because they're not too big. So you can get more in a small space, if that makes sense, to tell a story. Fantastic little kits. Auction lot number 3 is from Inside the Armor, and this is all about your pits and getting the perfect pits. So it is a book, a paper, old school book, which I love. I'm not a fan of digital literature. I like a book. So yeah, you can bid on that, and it's all about detailing your cockpits and taking it to the next level. The aircraft guys. Lot number 4, donated by Modelers United, is the Nunu Porsche 935 K3. Now, I'm not a car guy really, but that box art, yeah, it looks like an aggressive car, doesn't it? Even in pink, it looks like it does what it says on the tin, which is scare you to death, I would imagine. But yeah, very nice, very nice. Lot number 5 is a Kovo Zavodi 14. I haven't got that right, but never mind. 148 Sukhoi Su 25K. I have one of these in the stash. They do come with some resin, some PE. Yeah, and that's donated by Spruebox, where you can turn loose your imagination. So yeah, that's that one in 48th. Auction lot number 6, again from Rubicon Models. They've been very, very generous this year, so props to them. Again, 56 scale, and this one is two kits, the LVT2 and the LVT A2 Schwimmwagen Type 166. Look at those. Yeah, again, plastic little kits, you know, really nice. Lot number 7, donated by RP Models, and this is cool. This is very cool. I like this a lot. Is a 12 scale Gorilla Priest bust from the Peninsular War. And yeah, if you are a figure painter or want to have a go at figure painting, you're not going to go far wrong with one of these. So much scope there to do something very, very cool. Very, very cool. Lot number 8, again from Rubicon Models, is a SDKFZ 305 cargo truck with the SDKFZ box body. Oh, sorry, no, that's a separate one. There's 3 kits in this lot. 3. So you get the SDKFZ box body as well, and the Volkswagen Type 1 Käfer or Käfer, which for the uninitiated of us essentially is a Beetle. It's a VW Beetle staff car. So yeah, very, very cool. And you could do a real nice diorama with those. Yeah, very nice indeed. Lot number 9, donated by Modelers United, again, is the Edward 72nd scale Tornado Desert Babe limited edition. Iconic aircraft, and in a very iconic scheme from the first Gulf War. Yeah, it's Edward. What more can you say? You're going to have lots of goodies in that box at 72nd scale. And the Tornado is not a small aircraft. I am in the stages of putting together the 32nd scale, yeah, which is quite big. So it's 72nd scale. It's a nice size.
Which one, Luke? The Revel one?
I'm building the Revel one as a Gulf War GR1.
Oh, yeah. I've just built mine.
So I've done all the ordnance. Anyway, shut up, Luke. It's not about what you'll do. Lot 10 is donated by the Tank Museum, the good guys down at Bovington, and this is a complimentary family pass for a family of 4 that will grant you access into Bovington, into the Tank Museum. And if you've never been, yeah, it's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal place. And the guys and girls down there, the knowledge that floats around that place is just phenomenal. You can see all the things that we put together in small scale from plastic. You can see the real thing, get up close and personal. Yeah, that is a very nice lot. Very nice. Lot number 11, again, Rubicon Models. As I said, they've been very generous this year. So in this lot, you get the Centurion Mark III one of my favorite tanks of all time. And the Valentine Mark II or Mark III, depending on how you put it together. Yeah, fantastic. Good stuff. Lot number 12 will be, and this is nice. This is real nice. EBMA have donated this. They are a fantastic supporter of Models for Heroes, and they do some very cool products, whether that be for your cave, desk, whatever. And this is actually a travel case. So particularly if you're someone that goes to modeling clubs, goes to Models for Heroes sessions, and you want to transport your tools and your kit as you're working on it, that's what this is for. It is a fantastic product, and it will be high quality. EBMA stuff is very, very good, and a very generous donation there of that. Lot number 13, donated again by Inside the Armour, is more scratch building masterclass. Again, a book, and this is all about the dark art of scratch building and adding detail to your builds, etc., etc. Inside the Armour publications are, again, premium quality, and it's a book that you will go to again and again and again for reference and tips and tricks and all that good stuff.
Yeah, quite fancy that.
Yeah, very nice. Again, Rubicon Models Lot 14 is a Centurion Mark V or Mark V 1 and a Valentine 9, 10, and 11. Yeah, again, very nice, very nice. Modelers United have pulled out the stops again and donated this, which is Lot 15. This is an Edward Royal class 48 scale Tempest Mark 5. I'm not 5 Mark 5 dual combo. So what that means is with these Edward kits, firstly it's their Royal class, which is, you're getting a lot of stuff in this box, a lot of stuff. And it's a dual combo. So what that means is, from my understanding from a non-aircraft guy, is that within the box you will have the option of doing one of two aircraft. Is that right? Someone that knows aircraft? Yeah, so you get options essentially in the box. So you choose which one you want to build, and all the stuff is in the box. And it's Royal class, it's Edward. It's going to be a very nice kit. Again, from Inside the Armour, this is postcards from the Jeune École. Is that right? Even with a little French accent there. Look at that.
Jeune École.
Jeune École.
Yellow School.
Again, this is a book, and this is all, I believe, naval, First World War. So the postcards that these guys were sending out back home and all that sort of stuff. Fantastic, interesting book, because this is genuine. These are the messages these guys were sending home from their naval service. Really interesting. And Rubicon again. Lot 16, 56 scale tank bundle this time. So you're going to get the Tiger 1 Aus E, the M4 Composite Stroke Firefly, and the Caro Amato M13-40. So you're getting 3 kits in there. And as I say, little standalone builds, they're fantastic. If you go onto Rubicon's website, they do stowage sets. They do all sorts of little extras that you can add to them. And if you want to do a diorama, these are ideal. Absolutely ideal for it. Without taking over your whole living room, which I've been told off for in the past. Lot 18. Are we? Oh, no. Lot 17. Have I got confused here? No. Lot 18. There we go. Again, from Inside the Armour. And this is Soviet armor in foreign wars. So, as we know, a lot of armor is being or is sold to other nations. So if it's produced in the States, for example, or in Russia or wherever, it's sold to other nations so that they can use them. And this is all about Soviet armor in foreign wars. So it's going to cover Egypt, Iraq, Libya, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and how those nations kind of adapted the Soviet stuff.
You get 2 full kits, not 2.
Oh, in the Royal class. So lot 15, my mistake. You get 2 kits in there. I thought in error that you had the option, you had the bits for 2 variants, but you only built 1. But that's not the case. You are getting 2 full 48 scale Tempest Mark 5s.
There you go, guys. Thanks for that, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. So yeah, that is a fantastic lot because you're going to get 2 for the price of 1. But dig deep is for charity. Lot 19, again from Rubicon Models, is the Tiger 2 Connors Tiger with Zimmerit and full interior. Now, I must admit, I fancy this. I do fancy this. However, it's open to bidding. So, yeah, you get the full interior, you get the Zimmerit. It's a Tiger 2. Fantastic looking tank. And manageable size because it's 56 scale.
156. That melt my eyeballs trying to do an interior in that.
You'd be all right. You'd be all right. And donated by Stefan and Miranda is a 35th scale AFB Club MIM 23. Oh, someone's shouting at someone.
Sorry, that was me.
Yeah, and this is essentially a standalone surface-to-air missile that is used to shoot down the enemy. That's an interesting kit. You don't see much of this stuff around. We see a lot of vehicles, a lot of aircraft, but these kind of standalone defense systems and stuff, you don't see a lot of it. And that looks like a very nice kit. And it's AFV Club. They're good kits, really good kits. And I believe that is the Japanese version. So the Japanese version of that particular system, which is very cool. And donated by Models for Heroes is lot 21, a T54B from Mini Art in 35th scale. If you've never built or seen a Mini Art kit, you are going to get a ton of plastic in this box.
Oh, yes.
A ton of plastic. They're very well detailed kits. They're sort of T54, T62 ranges. They've done lots of variants of fantastic builds. Something that is a project because Mini Art, the detail is just next to none. And you get a lot of plastic for your money in there. A lot of plastic. Yeah. And last but not least is lot 22. Now, these are becoming increasingly difficult to get hold of. So again, donated by Models for Heroes is an Italieri 112 scale F104G cockpit. So it is the cockpit, but it's 12 scale. The detail on these kits is just mind blowing. Every switch, every dial, it is a really nice piece that you can have in your cave or wherever on display. Just showing how many buttons are in these cockpits. But yeah, they're becoming increasingly difficult to get hold of. They really are.
I wish they did more of these. I think they would. Everyone would build them.
Yeah, so they do this one. They do an F-16, I believe.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what else they do, but it would be lovely to see them release, a range of aircraft cockpits. Yeah. I'm sure there's probably some sort of licensing issue or security issue, which is why they can't do that. But I think you're right, Malcolm. I think a lot of people would buy them. I think they'd be a good seller. There's a display piece. Fantastic. Really cool. Really cool. So they're the lots. So the way it's going to work is bidding will start at £1. For each lot, there will be a timer of 3 minutes. you put your bid in the live chat, increments of £1. So we don't want 25 pence, £1.25, or it goes up in £1, and then there will be a countdown. Whoever is the last and highest bidder will win. That person is liable for the postage. So if it's going within the UK, it's £5 on top of your winning bid. If it's going into Europe, into mainland Europe, then £20 on top of your bid to cover the postage. And we'll run through all this later anyway for people that need refreshing or are joining later on for the auction. But essentially, just to avoid any confusion or any issue, what we're going to ask is that for the time the auction is running, that no one comments in the chat unless it is a bid, because we need to keep an eye on the chat to see who's bidding, who's winning. And unfortunately, without sounding like an arse, our word is final on who is the winning bidder. We will screenshot everything and be all above board, but the issue is that obviously between what you were seeing on the video and what's happening in chat, there is a time delay, there is a lag. That's something we can't do anything about. We have tried to mitigate that with the countdowns and the timers and everything else, but there is still a margin of error that can occur with the time lag. But that's beyond our control. That's between StreamYard and YouTube and all that good stuff. But we'll run through all the rules before the auction starts later. But that's just to wet your whistle so you can see what's coming up. And hopefully we'll get lots of bids. Ultimately you're going to walk away with a nice purchase, but ultimately dig deep, because every single penny is going to Models for Heroes, and that's what it's all about. Oh, right, there you go. Done.
Indeed. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. A couple of things I'd like to add to what you said is in relation to the delay, the way to get around that is to put a bid in at the where you want to put it, and I would suggest to you to put it as high as you want to pay, right from the off, and then that way you're got a better chance of making sure you got it. Yes, there'll be sniping. Yes, there'll be people sitting there and waiting for the last minute and throwing a thing in. You put a price in there that people on I don't want to pay. That solves the problem. And it does work. Not all the time, I'm not going to lie, but it works majority of the time, and it stops that problem. But the other thing as well is that every kit you own has a value to you, and whatever the value you have for that, add a bit for the charity if you can, and then put that in straight away, because then that solves the problem. The other thing in which I want to just add, I'm going to just show this particular slide when it comes up. There you go. So this one here, the EBMA A3 travel case, just to let you know that what you see in the picture right there is not necessarily what you're going to get. And what I mean by that is you can actually choose what you have in their draw, in the draw selection. So you can actually, if you go on their website, check it out right now, go onto their website on your phone while you're watching us on the computer, and you can see the options you can put in. So that configuration isn't necessarily what you'll get. But there's the ability to make that choice. So keep an eye out for that. That I think is a high value item without any doubt. I mean, quite a lot of them are high value, but that one especially is high value, and that's only just been released in the last couple of months.
Yeah,
so
it's new release.
Yeah, you could be the proud owner of that, and I must thank EBMA for their generosity in that, because they are a massive supporter of Models for Heroes and have been for a long time. So, and the other thing I'd say with the EBMA as well is that on the Models for Heroes webpage, there is a shop there in which you can pick up an organizer for your bench, which is made by EBMA, but is donated to the charity for them to sell to you, specifically the heroes. So if you miss out and get sniped on that item, go over to the Models for Heroes webpage and into their shop and get that item.
That would be a very good, useful thing if you go into a model thingy session.
Club.
That's the word. Yeah, thingy, model thing. Yeah, shut up, Mel.
Yeah,
absolutely.
if I'm honest, if I'm honest, when I saw that come out, my first initial reaction was, "Oh my god, that would take away all my anxiety at going to a model club, or a modelling session, because I can take my bench with me."
Like you said, James, that the ability, if you win that, to almost bespoke design it to a point to your needs and how you're going to travel is there's I don't know, I may be wrong, I don't know of any other product out there currently. There's plenty of carry cases and all that sort of stuff, but actually designed to transport your kit and your tools and everything else, that you can specify how big you want that drawer to be, what configuration. I don't know of any other product currently out there that does that.
I don't think there is, Luke.
So that's very special, very special, and it's a high-end product. So dig deep, folks, if you want that.
Indeed. And talking about digging deep, I think maybe we should just play this. If you're not quite sure how to donate by now, I don't know where you've been, but this is how you do it. You can donate, so please dig deep and give generously. Going back to that royal class, I don't know if this message has been read or not.
No.
Come on. So Model Guy says that you have got the choice of 12 liveries within that box.
Wow.
So that's a massive amount of stuff there to do the build that you want to do. Loads of choice, and Model Guy also says last night's final lot in the US was insane. Snipe show. Yeah, it certainly was. It certainly was. And one more bit of breaking news as well that I've that we've forgotten. Excuse me. From the Australian auction, one of the lots didn't sell at all. So at some point during what's just been shown to you, there will be a second opportunity to get the precision ice and snow. So that shouldn't put you off. Depending on how busy that is, because that was one of the auction lots last night that was fought hard over, will depend on where we stick that in the auction. We may even reserve it and put it onto the Facebook page, depending on how we feel. The reason I say it like that is because we actually have 3 other lots that were donated to us at the last minute from Nick, and they will be going up in the Facebook group in the next probably the next couple of hours, and they are for the Australian crew and those watching from Australia or New Zealand. to bid on. They're not for everybody. I want to make that clear. It'll be in big bold letters, but they'll be on a featured post on the Facebook page very, very shortly. So watch out for that.
Whoop, whoop.
Ooh.
Deckling's
So
finished.
You finished?
No, Deckling's finished.
Ah, okay.
So now I've got to leave that for an hour or so, let them all settle down, and then rigging.
Yeah. So we just come up to 3 and 3/4 hours of this stream. So another 15 minutes to go before we break for an hour or so. We'll be back at 5:30 for the last stream for the UK and Europe. Don't panic. There is more after that. Obviously, we're going to head over to the US after that to finish up with them for their build. But they're still beavering away on their builds to get it across the line. So, it's a full pack weekend, and I really appreciate you being here. I'm watching the numbers up in the top corner where we're hitting steadily 40 people watching pretty much for the last hour. And that's phenomenal, really is. So thank you very much. And if you are watching this on Rewind a little bit later on, the donation page will be open for a little to the 48 hours. So if you do fancy donating and you're watching this and we are not live, then head over to the donation page and make a donation. You will have about 7 days after this event finishes to add to the grand total. Be a part of it. Make some. Be a part of it and make someone feel special, because that is what's going to happen. You're going to change people's lives literally with every pound you donate.
I have a question, James.
Yes, crack on.
So, in the interest of fairness and openness and all that stuff, are we allowed to bid on items in the UK auction?
I hope so.
Me too.
I would say,
yeah.
The reason I made that face was more of a case of thinking how difficult it would be for you to do that if there becomes a snipe situation. But
trust me, there's a way.
I'm not. I most certainly am not in a position to tell anybody not to give money to Models for Heroes. I have no issue with anybody bidding, no one at all, as long as we've stated within this, the parameters of the auction. So, i.e., you're in Europe or UK.
Yeah. I mean, all I'm thinking is, I would like to think that everyone in here I know is as honest as the day is long in regarding times and sniper and all that stuff. Also, I would like to think that everyone watching and has been watching and is going to be that understand that we are all honest. There's no foul play at them. But there are people in here who want certain items that are in that auction.
Luke, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to check before.
Any advantage I can get to win anything, I'm open it.
I mean, at the end of the day, this statement that's in the chat is an obvious one, but it should be said. Have the host bid through the YouTube since there's a 15-second delay. I trust me, they won't have the opportunity to be using anything other than YouTube.
We can't bid in here because it's linked to James's.
It'll come up with my name.
Account.
So basically, if we put a bid in through the comments on StreamYard, James will be buying it.
Yeah.
Oh, great idea!
But of course, we're all honest.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. What's that noise I hear? Ding ding! The bus is coming. Thank you very much.
There you go, James.
Yeah, no. Obviously, Model Guy makes a fair point, and it's right. That's exactly how they would bid anyway. Because as you can see, someone has just Bright Spark has put a figure in, and it comes up with my name and my Twitch account as well, because we are streaming to the 3 platforms. So. The only person truly that can't bid is me. I haven't really got the facility. I can do it for YouTube, I suppose, but I have the ability to do it through StreamYard, so I can't do that, and I wouldn't do that. Don't get me wrong. There's about 4 lots in that auction that I really, really want.
Which of those 4, James?
Well, yes. Hang on. Let me just go. 1 second. Let me just go and check.
I hope it's not the same 4. There's only one in there that I really, really, really would want. So I'm sure that's the same. Really, 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 really want. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Well,
if everybody's open to it, that's fine. And I know for a fact that everybody's watching. Everyone that will watch this back will know that we're honest. Otherwise, why would we bother taking the time and trouble to put all this effort in just to be dishonest?
I don't think there's any way that you can be dishonest with it.
No, there isn't.
It's just
The only advantage we get is we're real time rather than that 15-second delay.
Okay.
Yeah, but your YouTube isn't real time. Your YouTube on your phone. For example, I mean, I'll show you. I don't mind at all. In fact, I can do it through my camera.
If you do, the only thing I'm saying is if you do a 3-minute timer in here, I can bid on the last second because I'm hearing it real time.
Yeah, but that doesn't help you with how YouTube works. I'm watching on YouTube. This is my iPad. So the only reason that's on, there's no sound to it. The only reason it's on is for one thing, is if there's a comment comes up that needs to be checked before it's shown, I can do that. And that I can see that the stream is working properly because on the StreamYard, when we play the videos, because my computer is sad and upset because it's being abused, the videos don't always show up as you see them on the StreamYard account that I'm using. I can see it, but I can't see it run through the properly. So I'm using this comment.
Comments are real time. The video isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, can I make a suggestion, James?
Yes.
I'm not going to be bidding on anything because at the moment can't afford to. I can stay in here all the time. If anybody, and that includes Luke, wants to bid on something, then they step out of the stream, go onto YouTube and bid for it. If that means me running the lot, Luke, not a problem. I can do that. Same for anybody in the stream wants to bid an item, they step out of the stream, then come back in once they've done.
No, I don't think you need to do that, Steph.
No, you don't.
As James explained, so what we're seeing on StreamYard now, the video, for us I
understand what is going on at iStream.
But if we comment in the chat, that still suffers the time lag.
That's why I'm saying no, it doesn't, because when we start it, as I've said to you over the past 2, when we type in the start and hit the enter button, start jumps in. From that point, everybody in the chat has 3 minutes.
Yeah, but okay, so if I open up, so I'm in the stream currently, so we're in real time. But if I now go into the stream, 1 second, there we go. So if I comment now, even though I'm in the stream, if I comment now in YouTube, there we go. So that comment's gone in on YouTube. You see what I mean? You still have it. You can't fudge it. You can't
just come up.
Right.
So on YouTube, if I'm looking at the YouTube chat now, my comment is before James's, the model officer.
Yeah.
On StreamYard chat, as we're seeing it, James's is before mine. So my comment still suffers the time lag in YouTube, even though I'm still in here.
Okay.
Doesn't make any difference whether I leave the stream or not.
Right. Okay.
It's fine.
If you're looking at YouTube now, so if I type, when did start come in?
Right. So what you've done is did you do that in YouTube or did you do that in StreamYard?
I did that in StreamYard.
Yeah, that's the
Does
point we're
that
making.
appear-
That's the point we're making. Steph. So if
Does
we
that-
want to,
Does that appear in YouTube straight away or not?
no.
Right. Okay. Fine. Cool. Not
Right.
that's
I
what
think
was
the
trying to
easiest
work
thing
out.
to say then is if it's going to
No,
cause
that-
this much of an argument, we can't bid.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that if we want to bid, we bid in the YouTube chat, not the StreamYard chat.
Yep.
But there is no need for that individual, whoever that may be, to leave the StreamYard broadcast studio.
Yep.
Because if you're commenting in YouTube, you still suffer the same time lag as everyone else. So the comment you've just put in, you put in the StreamYard chat, we see that straight away. The comment I put in and James put in are via YouTube, so we still suffer that delay.
Right, guys.
I understand that.
I'm going to stop you there. Okay. Basically, we'll talk about this off air, and make sure that we're 100% singing from the same hymn sheet.
Yep.
It's not an issue, but the point that the model guy makes is correct in what he's saying, and as he stated straight after, then it's fair. That's fine. So we're not going to create an issue that that's going to damage what we're doing. We're just not going to do that. So let's talk about it off air. So just to remind everybody, obviously, when we're talking about the auction, make sure that you're aware there is a time delay. When you're depending on what format you're watching, whether it be Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, there is a delay. And what we will use is what comes up on our screen in StreamYard, which gathers all of that information all at the same time with the same time lag. There is no difference between any format, I promise you. We've tested it. We've made sure that's the case. So, yeah, that's how it will be. So anyway, we've got 4 minutes until we shut this particular session down. Just have a quick look at the comments. Johnny's just saying, Luke really wants that tank.
Okay. I want the Tempest.
Yeah. Steve Hancock saying let the guys bid. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll resolve that. It's not a big issue at all. You know, I think at the end of the day, we as modelers have the same passions as the people that are watching, obviously, but we also have a passion about this particular charity and everything, all the good it does. So before we sign out, what I want to do is just get a message in from one of our beneficiaries. Let's go with where is looking at that one there. We're going to go with Simon. Let's listen to Simon.
Simon. I was discharged from the Air Force after 28 years with a bad back and a bad head. My marriage failed. I moved somewhere fairly isolated, and I was really struggling with isolation and loneliness. I heard about models from Heroes through Walking with the Wounded, and as someone that used to do loads of model making as a kid, I thought, you know what, it might be a really good way of getting me back into modelling. What I actually found was a huge supportive community, a family of veterans and modelers who are there for each other and use modelling as a medium to support each other rather than the end goal. Models for Heroes is an absolutely amazing organisation. They have absolutely turned my life around. You know, I feel honoured to be part of an organisation like that that's reducing veteran loneliness and isolation and improving mental health.
Good.
So there you go. Thank you, Simon, for that message. We're gonna close down this session because we have come up to the 4-hour slot. That our next multitasking. Our next stream will be at 5:30 UK time. I'm sorry, but my brain is just not working to figure it out properly for everybody else. The best way to make sure you don't miss a beat is to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Model Officer, which there will be a notification go out, or make sure that you keep an eye on the Facebook page at Model Officers Mess, because there will also be a notification and video goes up in there anyway. So yeah, until later on this evening.
James.
Yes, mate.
Just 1 second. Can I just share a screenshot?
You certainly can.
There you go. 111%.
Woohoo!
Wow, look at that.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Good.
Yeah, and thank you for reminding for sharing that, Steve. So yeah, that's 111% of our targets. That's £1,665. And that actually, once we add in the auctions that we've done so far, one we did in Australia, the one we did in America last night, that actually makes a grand total of £2,054. So thank you very much. That's amazing. And obviously we've got the auction tonight. And so you can carry on donating. It will be open for a little while after the event's finished this weekend. And we're all tucked up in our bed, snoring away for days on end, catching up with our sleep. But until then, we'll see you at 5:30 for the finale, if you like, of the UK and European section of this stream. Don't miss it. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you find that way to find out exactly when it goes live. Don't miss a beat, because there is so much what we've been telling you. Until then, bye.
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 That is a dodgy one. Really, really dodgy one.
Dodgy.
Yeah.
Is it a really dodgy one, Nat? As opposed to metaphorically dodgy?
We're still live. Bear with me. It's been a long weekend, guys. See you later. Take care.